Good morning, all of you. My name is Ashish Kumar and I take polity governance in VISION IAS. Welcome to all of you. See, today we are going to start what we call as open session, right? Open session as how to prepare for pre as well as mains in GS, right? Now see, I have my own plans, what I am going to deliver to you. But before I start from my side, I want you guys to come up, whatever you want to ask, whatever doubts you have, wherever you want me to clarify you, please raise your doubts and be very free, okay? Do not feel shy that what other person will feel. जो भी मन में शंका है सर, वो बाहर निकालो. And to the extent I can clear, I'll clear. After that, I'll start from my side. Okay, and be very, very free. Because as we also know that when we were preparing and when people prepare, they have some doubts which need to be clarified, right? Anybody, anything which they want to ask from their side before I start? Koi doubt, sir? Anything which you want to ask, provided related to exam. Bolo, sir. Okay. बहुत बढ़िया. All of you are appearing for the next coming pre, no? Not this pre, okay. NCRTs are relevant or not? Very good. First question which is usually asked in every open session. हर open session में सवाल आता है. Any other question which you want to ask? हाँ जी. Very good. Previous year questions, their relevance. Haji, yes.
Sir, I've just done my 12th, so I wanted to ask if it is advisable to start preparation right after 12th standard.
Okay. Okay.
Is it difficult to Hindi medium students?
Sir, range of topics?
In GS?
Yes, sir, GS. Range and deepness in topics.
I'll take two more questions. हाँ जी.
How to read in the Hindi?
हाँ जी सर.
Sir, optional.
Optional. देखो optional क्या है ना वो that is not part of GS, so I'll not focus much, but still I'll drop a hint on that. हाँ जी बोलो.
Relevance of current affairs in today's exams.
हाँ जी.
Sir,
9 हो गए, लास्ट 10 हो जाएगा पूरा राउंड फिगर. हाँ जी.
which optional subjects most part is covered in GS?
अच्छा. Any other thing, sir?
Revision and approach for revisions.
Okay. Yes. हाँ. That's it. Now I'll start. See, first of all, I'll start from this only. Coaching, relevant or not, okay? Now let me tell you, there is no fixed approach. People have cleared this exam without taking any formal coaching. And people have found it very difficult to clear the exam even after taking coaching. The coaching word is wrong. The word should be guidance. Guidance if available at home. एक बात तो बात पक्की है that if we have to clear this exam, that too with relatively good rank, then some relevant guidance is required. This is for sure. Nobody can dispute it. Because this exam is not like any other exam. For the reason, the syllabus boundary is not fixed. Though they will give the syllabus पूरा दिया होता है, and it is sold also in the market. But sometime, in fact mostly, they ask questions which are not even mentioned in the syllabus or which are much difficult than what is given in the syllabus. Now what they say is that we ask degree level question. You pick up optional papers. For example, public administration. Now they are not asking degree level questions, they are asking much difficult questions than which come in college. Whether BA or MA. So guidance की ज़रूरत तो है. Second thing, since syllabus is so big, GS is covering economics, polity, history, current affairs, geography, ecology, environment, science and tech, international relations. Now one person cannot be first of all ace in all the topics. Now when I am, for example, I am weaker in polity or I am weak in economics, some guidance is required. That guidance can come through books. Now if I go to the market and ask, sir, what is the relevant economics book in the market? You suggest me. He will give you the whole bundle of books. That may not be required at all. If you start reading all the books, it will take 3 years. Exam kab doge? So somebody has to tell you that this book is required, this book is not required. This is important to understand what is to read, what is not to read in civil services is even more important. क्या नहीं पढ़ना है ये उससे भी ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. And who will tell you? Some guide will tell you. If you have somebody who has cleared this exam or who has experience in this exam, he can guide you at home, nothing like that, because that is a personal attention. But in most of the cases, there is no one in the circle also who can guide you properly. What to read, what not to read, how to approach. And all these questions, nobody can answer unless he himself has taken the exam. That too in depth. उसके लिए coaching की ज़रूरत होती है. Moreover, coaching is doing one thing. Coaching is compiling everything which is required for the exam. For example, every month they will be giving you a current affairs magazine. Now, if you start compiling current affairs yourself, it is to be done also, let me tell you. But that is a very difficult job. If you get some support from back end, that is the coaching for example, then this makes your life easy. काम आसान हो जाता है. And they will keep telling you that please focus on this area, please focus on that area, which that you will understand after taking 1 or 2 attempts. That's a waste of time and energy. Okay? इसलिए coaching important. But then again, if you have a guidance at home, you are free not to avail any coaching. मगर अगर guidance नहीं है, then do not wait. Now let's come to this question. First, somebody said NCRTs are relevant or not. I am not talking about any other subject. I am talking about polity and governance. Okay, polity governance के लिए NCRT is not required. I am again repeating. I am talking about polity and governance. And polity governance का weightage भी कितना है? I'll just discuss, so that you understand what is the seriousness of this area. Pre, we have a GS paper. Prelims में GS paper आता है. Prelims. How many questions they ask in GS paper? 100. 100 question होते हैं ना उसके अंदर. Out of 100, how many questions come from polity? Approximately range. It can be minimum 10 to 22% questions. 10 to 22% questions come from polity, exclusively polity. For example, he can ask you something about the president. How, अब देखो क्या है? How president is elected, how president is impeached, how vice president is elected, when president is not there, till what time vice president can act as president, what are the various features regarding money bill, is president bound to sign on money bill or not, parliamentary system, what is ordinance, within how much time ordinance is to be cleared, ordinance making power is an executive power or a legislative power. अब ये सारे क्वेश्चंस क्या है? These questions can come in pre, okay, and the weightage is 10 to 22% questions. Almost 1/4 question can also come from polity, economics, geography, and history. They are the 4 pillars of GS examination. You have to be very strong in these areas, and let me tell you, these areas alone have no meaning unless you substantiate these areas with current affairs. I'll give you the example also, okay. ये है pre का weightage. 10 to 22% questions come from polity. Polity का example I have given you. What kind of questions can come? For example, recently the debate is going on parliamentary system and presidential system. Now he can ask you, what are the features of parliamentary system? ऊपर लिख देगा, the following are not the features of parliamentary system. For example, he will write the executive, the government is responsible to Lok Sabha or to parliament. Head of the state is this, head of the government is this. One person is head of the government, one person is head of the state. All this technicality he will test in these pre-questions. Okay. उसके बाद in mains also you have polity plus governance. Pre में polity है, mains में क्या है? Polity plus governance. Please start this AC also. Polity plus governance है, and in which paper it comes? 4 पेपर है ना जीएस के, जीएस पेपर 1, जीएस पेपर 2, जीएस पेपर 2, 3, 4, कौन सा में आता है? जीएस पेपर 2. Polity governance comes in GS paper 2. I can have a breakup here also. GS paper 2 कितने मार्क्स का आता है सर? 250. 250 marks paper GS paper 2. Out of these 250 marks, what we call as the conventional traditional polity, what is the weightage of it? Around 100 marks question can come from traditional polity. For example, he can put a question, what is the relevance of office of governor? Is governor office being misused by center against state, or it is strengthening federalism, or is it weakening federalism? अभी analytical question हो गया ना on office of governor. Now governor is a topic from traditional polity. He has made it a question in mains. Or for example, this year president is important. Why president is important? Because we are going to hold elections for president. Let me tell you one thing. एक बात आप याद रखना. In polity, he may not ask you current affairs question directly, but which question from polity may come is dependent upon the current happenings. अब आप ये देखो कि this year, for example, question is much expected from the area of president. क्यों? Because presidential election are due. Now some other office which is directly linked to president is the office of vice president. So it also becomes important. Third area which becomes important in pre, because this question was in news, was money bill. Aadhaar bill pass हुआ. Aadhaar bill was converted to a money bill and there was a dispute on this. है कि नहीं है? So these questions, उसके बाद for example, again this is again an important area which can come in pre, is ordinance. Now why ordinance is important? Because president gave a warning to the government. This time I am signing the ordinance, next time I may not. Because it's a misuse of your power. है कि नहीं? अब all these things which are coming in paper again and again and again, it becomes a potential topic for questions in pre. Pre में यहाँ से question बनते हैं. अभी one of the defense services exam conducted by UPSC, I told the batch that questions from president can come. 5 questions came from president. अब कैसे आप आइडिया लगाओगे that which question can come, which question may not come? May not बोल रहा हूं मैं. You have to focus more on the expected areas, because as I said, syllabus is that big. So you have to identify that I can leave this thing, but I cannot leave this thing. President, for example, was one of them. अब एक area से अगर 5 question आ गए, if from one area 5 questions have come, it can be deciding or not. Now, for example, you left president, you could not revise, for example, for whatever reason, you lost 5 questions. समझ रहे हो मेरे को? So in pre, you have to understand which is a potential area. तीसरी बात, polity weightage है 100 marks. I gave you sample questions. For example, questions can come for president. President में ये पूछेगा, what is the actual position of president in parliamentary system like India? Means he is asking for analysis. Second, he may ask you on the role of governor being used against federalism. He may ask you, should we remove the concept of AFSPA or not? Armed Forces Special Power Act. ये सारे न्यूज के अंदर थे. Okay. Depending on this, he can put a question. Secondly, other area apart from polity is what we call as governance. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Apart from polity, what is the other area is governance. Polity का मतलब है traditional topics of polity. जैसे मैंने अभी बताया आपको, president, governor, money bill, kinds of bill passed in parliament, लोकसभा versus राज्यसभा, legislative council versus legislative assembly. Okay. Governance में आती है other topics जैसे कि role of civil services, citizen charter, e-governance, role of NGO, civil society, transparency in administration, accountability in administration. Okay. इस तरह के क्वेश्चन आएंगे इसके अंदर. For example, he can ask you one of the question in governance, what is the role of bureaucracy in strengthening democracy in India? Bureaucrats जो हैं वो democracy को strong कर रहे हैं कि weak कर रहे हैं? It's a debate. So this question can come. Or he can also ask you what is the role of all India services. He can again ask you a question in governance. Why should judicial services be converted from state services to all India services? Now, why did I pick up this question? Can you tell me why did I say that this can be a potential question in governance, that judicial services should be converted from state services to all India services? Why did I say this is a potential question? क्यों बोला मैंने आपको? बोलो, sir. Anybody reading paper for the last 6 months?
Because Bihar has passed a bill that is 50% reservation in the judicial services.
वो भी है और उससे भी बड़ी बात है सर, प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी openly he advocated for judicial services being converted to all India services. अब मोदी जी ने जब ये hint drop कर दिया है, it can certainly become a question in governance. अब what is all India services? What is judicial services? What are state services? I'll tell you when I take the classes. Okay, but I'm just giving an idea that these kind of questions can come in exam. Okay, governance से आ गया. What is the weightage of governance in GS paper 2? Anybody? Traditional polity से 100 marks का आता है around. Governance approximately हाँ वही 60 to 70 marks question can come from the areas like governance. For example, he can ask you what are the role of political parties in strengthening democracy. Are political parties strengthening democracy or weakening democracy? ऐसे सवाल वो आपसे पूछ सकता है. Okay. Apart from governance, what is the third area in GS paper 2? IR. International relations. IR will be taken by Madam Ruchika Madam लेंगे IR. What is the weightage of IR? Around approximately, ऐसा कोई fix नहीं है, ऐसे ही आएगा. 50 marks. Around 50 marks question come from international relations. Okay. Last area in GS paper 2. I'm giving you a marks breakup and which area to focus and how to identify which area to focus. बोलो सर चौथा एरिया कौन सा बचा है इसमें? Social justice and welfare schemes. Social justice and welfare scheme is the fourth area remaining. अब देखो इसके अंदर क्या क्वेश्चन आते हैं? See, what I am doing right now is I am giving you a breakup of the areas and the kind of questions which can come in the examination. Just to have you an idea, to give you an idea. Social justice पे question ये आ सकता है. Example, if government has made a scheme or government has brought a policy, what is the implication of this policy for society? How it is going to make society better? For example, government has brought national mental health policy. मालूम है ना आपको? National mental health policy will do any good or not? Mental health is becoming a big problem or not? So we have to fight it out. And in India, the ratio of people suffering from mental health and psychiatrists is abysmal. बहुत कम है. So this is an area where government should focus. But by bringing a mental health policy, how exactly government is going to focus on this area is to be seen. अब जिसने इसको ढंग से पढ़ा है, only he can answer. And let me tell you one more thing. In this area called as social justice and welfare schemes, they may not ask you write down the provision of the bill. They may not ask, though they may ask you also. UPSC यही तो बात है. They may not ask what they ask. अब यहाँ पे भी यही हो सकता है. They may not ask you to write the detail of the scheme, but they can also ask. Generally, what they ask is how this scheme is better than the previous schemes which were in the similar area. ऐसा पूछ सकते हैं आपसे. what steps or what laws we have made till now in the area of mental health. Have we ever made a law? We have made a law, but it didn't implement well. तो अब हम पूरी एक पॉलिसी लेके आ रहे हैं. But then, for what I mean to say is that whatever is in news, do not just read that. Read the little bit background of that also. कि इसको लाने की जरूरत क्या है? Or for example, one of the scheme which government is bringing is RERA, Real Estate Regulatory Authority Act. RERA है नहीं आया? To manage the area of real estate, because builders are duping people. Now, how exactly RERA Act is going to improve this area, you have to understand. Do not just remember the provisions of RERA. Understand how it is different than the existing provision. Analysis पूछेंगे वो आपसे. And this can come, what is the weightage of this area? Around 35 marks. 35 marks पूछ सकते हैं. For example, they may ask you that Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, if it is brought, how it is different than Nirmal Bharat Abhiyan. Understanding or not? They are asking you a kind of comparison. उसके लिए you need to understand this scheme as well as the previous schemes in this area. Is this clear till now? This was the breakup. Now see, let's take these questions. I said for polity, NCRTs are not required. Reason क्या है? Let me tell you the source also. इसका मैं आपको source बता दूं, फिर आपको समझ में आएगा what I'm trying to say. For prelims, I'll give you extensive class notes. Class में ही लिखाऊंगा आपको. After explaining you the concept. These class notes will be given to you, but then there may be some more factual things. For example, there is a whole table. Who was the president who got elected unopposed? Who was the president who died in office? These kind of factual things. इस तरह की चीजों को कवर करने के लिए some topics in Lakshmikant is to be referred. Pre के लिए class notes and Lakshmikant. Enough. Do not run after Subhash Kashyap, D.D. Basu, all these things, because I am myself incorporating all these things in the notes. आपको उसके पीछे भागने की जरूरत नहीं है. Save your time. Read these notes as many times as possible. More you read, accessibility of the information increases. And if the information is accessible to you, you can use it creatively. And using the information creatively, understanding the various dimensions which are hidden in the topic, which are not visible, is the demand of the question, is the demand of the paper. Am I clear in this till now? Class notes, Lakshmikant बहुत है pre के लिए. For mains, again, class notes, and one thing which is common to both, without which paper cannot be cracked. And somebody asked a question also in this area. That one thing, what is that one thing? Current affairs. Remember, whether I am talking about pre, whether I am talking about mains, current affairs is the key, is the spine of this whole examination. People have cracked this exam only because, many people, only because they were extremely strong in current affairs. अभी आप last year paper ही देख लो, pre. The pre previously which came, it was mostly based on current affairs. Somebody who was stronger on it could clear the exam easily. है कि नहीं sir? अब the issue is that current affairs is important for pre or mains? Both. But it is to be used differently. Differently कैसे? Current affairs in case of pre will give you a hint which area becomes potential area of question. Though the question may mostly come from traditional area. जैसे मैंने आपको बताया, he may not ask you the factual concept. He may ask you the traditional aspect of the same thing which is happening in current affairs. अभी current में चल क्या रहा है? I gave you example in the very beginning. For example, president is going on, money bill is going on. Okay, so these kind of things can reflect in traditional way in pre. He may ask you various provisions of president. For example, when president is being impeached, this resolution to impeach him is supported by how many members of Lok Sabha and how many members of Rajya Sabha? वो ऐसे पूछ सकता है आपसे. Contempt of court is in news or not? Justice Karnan. अब contempt of court, what is contempt of court? He may ask you in pre in various forms. He can ask you which article relates to contempt of court power of Supreme Court. He may ask you which article relates to contempt of court power of High Court. Is contempt of court power available with lower courts or not? Contempt of court का meaning क्या है? These things he can ask you. Okay, he will not talk you about Justice Karnan के बारे में बताओ. No. But current affairs in mains, is to be used differently. Question can directly come from current affairs in mains. He may ask you, for example, what are the various provisions of RERA, Real Estate Regulatory Authority, how it will make this area better and cleaner. He may directly ask you, for example, last 2015 mains, they ask you, what were the recent amendments in FCRA? ये पूछ लिया उन्होंने. Now this was completely what came in paper as it is उन्होंने पूछा. So what is coming in current affairs, you have to mug up also and analyze it also. He can give you third question, how governor is being misused against the concept of federalism in India. Governor का role news में था क्या नहीं था? Manipur, Goa, Tamil Nadu, he was in controversy. Now he can ask you this question. वो आपसे ये नहीं पूछेगा write down what is the salary given to governor or how governor is brought to office. He can ask you an analytical question on governor. How governor office is being misused or used to weaken federalism or to strengthen federalism. ये analytical question पूछेंगे वो आपसे. Clear है? All this comes with current affairs. Now let me come back to this. See, NCERT I told you not required. Class में आपको I'll give you enough concepts. Do not waste time on this. उसके बाद previous year questions. Very good question था. Unless you know, अब आप ये देख लो, you take up the overall syllabus of SSC, UPSC and various other examinations. Mostly they will write polity, for example. उसके नीचे लिख देंगे president, governor, council of minister, parliamentary system, presidential system. But the quality of questions which they ask is very, very different. For example, if you take an exam of SSC, example दे रहा हूँ मैं आपको. They may ask you, how many areas are covered under 73rd Amendment Act? 29. पंचायत के अंदर कितने सब्जेक्ट आते हैं? 29. और how many subjects are covered under urban local government? कितने हैं? 18. ये क्वेश्चन एसएससी में ऐसे आ सकता है. In UPSC they may not ask you this. UPSC they may ask you what was the fundamental purpose of starting पंचायती राज system in India. किस चीज के लिए हमने पंचायती राज सिस्टम शुरू किया था? बोलो सर. For what we started? We started पंचायती राज system so that we can involve people in the process of development. ये एनालिटिकल चीजें पूछी गई आपसे. Now Shashi Tharoor is making noise for converting India from a parliamentary system to presidential system. अब ये होता क्या है? What is parliamentary system? What is presidential system? ये they will ask you some core question in which all the four options will appear to be right or all the four options will appear to be wrong. इस तरह के UPSC is good at one thing in making questions. They give you kind of options which all appear to be right or wrong. You have to pick the best. Picking the best sometimes can be very difficult. But in other papers like example SSC or other, for example, lower subordinate exams, picking the option is not a difficult job because what they are asking is a factual thing. वो आपको पता है. Either it is this way or that way. There is no scope of analyzing the question. UPSC में there is no scope of analyzing. Up the intuition to pick up one of the four answers comes with practice. Practice as many questions as possible. ये मैं आपको बार-बार बोल रहा हूँ. Whether you join coaching or you do not join the coaching, one of the key of clearing this exam is practicing as many questions as possible. Practicing pre or main sir, both. Bring आज ही आप जाओ. If you are really serious about this examination, today go home and buy previous year paper for pre as well as for mains, and see the kind of question they are asking. Unless you know what kind of question UPSC asks, you cannot concentrate on how you have to proceed with your preparation. One day you will start mugging up this fact, other day you will start mugging up that fact. You cannot guide your preparation. Guidance to preparation comes when you know what kind of question will come. और उसके लिए please go home and today itself buy previous year paper. उसी समझ में आएगा. Secondly, when to start? Before graduation or after graduation? Let me tell you, earlier it is better. If you start before graduation, no problem. Even if you start in 10th class, no problem. जितना जल्दी शुरू करो उतना अच्छा, provided you can manage the times. For example, your college time may clash with the class time, so you have to manage that. वो तो आपको करना ही पड़ेगा. For example, Tina Darby started when she was in class 11th. तो अच्छा है जितना जल्दी करोगे, time कम लगेगा. And if you clear this exam as soon as possible, it is good for you because then promotion avenues become better. करना ही है तो आज करो. Why to wait? And then if you are having this goal in your mind that eventually I'm going to clear this exam, or I'll be a bureaucrat. When you are in graduation, first of all, you can choose the courses. For example, I may get good marks in 12th class. I can easily pick up science courses, but I may go for arts, which now is coming more in demand. So, arts आपने क्यों choose किया? Because you wanted to take, for example, you wanted to take political science as an optional, or psychology as an optional, or public administration as an optional. So you can choose sometime a course depending on the optional, or you can choose the optional depending on your graduation subject. If you are doing graduation in one thing, you may choose the relevant optional that way. If you are doing graduation, for example, in pol science, you can take optional as pol science. If you're doing graduation in engineering, you may take engineering subject, though let me tell you, this is not as simple also. Okay, so do not guide yourself on optional today itself. I just told you that earlier you start, it is better for you. Then study maths or not for GS. GS के दो पेपर है सर, GS paper 1 and GS paper 2. Paper 2, which is what we call as CSAT. It includes maths, English, reasoning also. But the maths, do not be very fearful of maths. और एक बात मैं आपको और बता दूं, generally they don't ask that difficult question also in maths. So do not just be do not come in a panic that they put maths question. इतना तो कर लो that you can answer some basics. For example, profit loss or area, speed. उनके कुछ pet question है. And there are few books also, you go through them, it's very easy, don't worry about it, okay? But then do not leave it also completely. Maths को छोड़ के जाने की भी जरूरत नहीं, thinking that I am weak in maths. Nobody is weak in maths. The only thing is that they are fearful of it. Maths तो पढ़ना पड़ेगा, but only for GS paper 2, which is qualifying in nature. For GS paper 1, which actually makes a difference, maths की जरूरत नहीं है. पहले होती थी, अब नहीं है, ठीक है? Then relevance of GS in optional. GS is very relevant in optional. इसमें कोई doubt नहीं है. But then let me tell you, it is not the GS relevance in optional. It is the optional relevance in GS which matters. For example दे रहा हूँ आपको. For example, let's say I have taken an optional history. Now, if I am having optional history, certainly I can manage the questions of history in GS, because the questions in GS will be relatively of lesser difficulty level than what it will come in optional. तो अगर optional तैयार है तो उस GS से help मिलेगी. But then there is no single optional which can prepare you for all the GS paper. If history can prepare you for GS paper 1, it will not help you in, for example, economics. If you are having optional economics, this will help you in GS paper 3. है कि नहीं है? तो हर optional का अपना एक फायदा है. Some optional do contribute in GS. But GS से optional के अंदर ज़्यादा आपको वो नहीं मिलेगी strength. ठीक है सर? Now next, answer writing. अभी मैंने आपको बताया, आप देखना, if I tell you it has no meaning, you know many things. Now if I ask you to write an answer of even 2 lines, it is very difficult for you. What is an elephant, sir? बोलो बोलो, अगर ये लिखना पड़ गया, what is an elephant, क्या लिखोगे? बहुत मुश्किल है ना, यही होता है. We know many things, we speak also, because we speak randomly. But if we have to write concretely within word limit, difficult job, and for some people it is inherent. For example, इस area में people from arts background, they do relatively better because they have been writing answers all through. But one thing, even science people are not bad at that. The only thing is that they shy away from writing. There have been people who have cleared the exam in 3rd attempt or 2nd attempt or 4th attempt also. They said for the reason we were failing for the 1st, 2nd, 3rd attempt was this: you are not practicing answer writing. We thought we have read, everything is done. Reading the thing is one thing, and writing the thing within limited word is a very different job. The kind of papers which are now coming, they demand a very high speed in examination. वो speed आती है practice कर करके. Even Usain Bolt practices or not. Practice increases the speed and confidence. इसके बिना बात बनेगी नहीं, let me tell you. Then Hindi medium, is it difficult? Hindi medium or Telugu medium or Kannada medium hardly matters. It is the will which matters. If you are from Hindi medium, you are going to answer in Hindi medium only, no? So what is the problem? And the kind of English which will come in exam, I am sure you must be able to handle that. इतनी English तो आप manage कर ही लोगे, है कि नहीं है? But somebody asked the question ना, for Hindi medium. Do not worry. Overcome your fear and never have this kind of inferiority complex that I am a Hindi medium student, so I cannot do well. Let me tell you, Hindi medium students are not, they are as good as English mediums. English medium, Hindi medium से कोई मतलब ही नहीं है. The variation comes with the quality of thinking. If you believe you can, you will do. Range and depth of the topic. Range and depth of the topic, let me tell you, you understand when you go through the paper. UPSC की range भी काफी बड़ी है, but few things. For example, president के ऊपर क्या question आ सकते हैं? Governor, what questions can come? When I go through the class, you'll come to know that they can easily be covered in the class. Few topics, the depth and the range is well defined, but other topics, it cannot be defined. For example, particularly this area, social justice and welfare scheme or governance. In this, more you read the paper, better it is for you. Because more you read, ideas become diverse. And when you give diverse ideas on an issue, this is what they require. How to read newspaper? Let me tell you, newspaper, either you go through Hindu or you go through Indian Express. Your choice. I feel though nowadays Indian Express has become much better than Hindu. Reason? They are giving concrete analysis. Hindu is now not giving that kind of rich analysis which it used to give earlier. Indian Express is now coming up with a section called as Explained, in which they pick up a particular issue in controversy and they explain you the in and out of it. For example, abhi right now, issue going on is International Court of Justice, Mr. Jadav's execution. International Court of Justice chal raha hai na? Now, what is International Court of Justice? How it works? Is the judgment binding or not? All this will be explained by this paper in one place. Though that may not be at the end also. Beyond that also you may require some clarity which comes with not only paper. एक तो मैं आपको बता दूं what is the source of current affairs. What I wanted to tell you was Indian Express I feel is now better. But if you are comfortable in Hindu, go ahead. Current affairs कैसे तैयार करना है, which is extremely an important area. Current affairs is newspaper plus pick any one monthly magazine. कोई भी, because possibly today I missed the newspaper for whatever reason, छूट गया आज. After 2 days again I missed the paper. Then for these 2-3 days paper I have lost the information. These things will be covered in a monthly magazine. Okay, so make your preparation foolproof. एक तो paper रोज पढ़ो and then please go through one monthly magazine. That one monthly magazine can be any magazine. VISION IAS also provide monthly magazine, which and a whole team is working on it. So they may give you good content on it. You can depend. But that is also not the end. One more thing is to be brought. एक चीज इसमें और ऐड करनी पड़ेगी, which will enrich your ideas for interview as well as means enrichment of ideas बहुत जरूरी है. For example, I may ask you, how is Naxalism different than terrorism? Or why Naxalism is taking place in Odisha? What is the root cause? How Naxalism of Odisha is different than the Naxalism of Andhra Pradesh? ये जानना, it's not that simple. Or I cannot also dictate you in 1 or 2 lines. It is, should we bomb the Naxalites who are hiding in the jungles of India or not? अभी debatable area है. There was a demand coming up that let's bomb these jungles because Naxalites are hiding there, they will be finished. But then a counter school of thought said, these people are also our citizens. If a child is spoilt, you cannot, kill him. So, ये analysis कहाँ से आएगा? This analysis will come when you go through at least one debate a day. दिन में एक debate देखो. Debate on TV. Avoid the debates which are first of all extremely politically motivated, which favors this group or that group. पहला तो उसको avoid कर दो. दूसरा, avoid the debates where there is more noise and less content. शोर ज़्यादा है. For example, there used to be a debate on which there was so much of noise that when the debate was over, your BP went up by 30 or 40 degrees. अभी वो कम है. Times now की बात कर रहा हूँ. So pick up any debate which is soothing also and it keeps you calm. Okay. And this can be, for example, CNN IBN. Rajya Sabha TV also, but then problem again with Rajya Sabha TV is that they give so much of time to these people, they keep on speaking. And sometimes they speak so slowly, in 1 hour only 5 minutes content is delivered. आराम से सोच के बोलते हैं. Now no problem in they speaking slowly, but the problem is that we have limited time. Okay, इसीलिए a kind of compromise between content and time is available with NDTV, CNN, IBN. And if you are comfortable with Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, go ahead with that, no problem. हाँ स्पीड बढ़ा के देख सकते हो आप, मगर उस बीच में अभी फॉर एग्जाम्पल इन दैट वे इफ आई एम अप्रिशिएटिंग हिम माई पॉलिटिकल ओपोनेंट, इट हैज नो मीनिंग फॉर यू नो. ऑल इंडिया रेडियो देखो बात सारी होती है, यू हैव द सेम थिंग कमिंग अप इन डिफरेंट सोर्सेज, बट अगेन इफ यू गो फॉर द सेम थिंग फ्रॉम वेरियस सोर्सेज इट्स अ वेस्ट ऑफ टाइम. तभी मैं बोल रहा हूँ यू डोंट हैव दैट मच ऑफ टाइम ऑल्सो, टाइम भी लिमिटेड है, सो फोकस ओनली ऑन वन डिबेट. ऑल इंडिया रेडियो में भी वही चीज आएगी. बट यस इफ यू हैव सम वे बाय विच यू डोंट हैव एन एक्सेस टू इंटरनेट, कोई टेंशन नहीं, देन यू गो थ्रू रेडियो, इट्स अ गुड सोर्स, नो प्रॉब्लम इन दैट. फॉर एग्जाम्पल यू आर वर्किंग, काम करते करते रेडियो में सुन लिया पूरा. हाँ जी
सर अगर 18 के लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं,
किसके लिए?
2018 के लिए,
ओके
तो करंट अफेयर्स रीडिंग या न्यूज़पेपर रीडिंग कब से स्टार्ट करनी चाहिए?
1 ईयर, मिनिमम 1 ईयर इज रिक्वायर्ड, मिनिमम 1 साल तो चाहिए. फॉर एग्जाम्पल आप तैयारी करें 2018 के लिए, 2018, द एग्जाम में टेक प्लेस इन मे, देन फ्रॉम दिस मे टू द नेक्स्ट अप्रैल इट इज टू बी डन. ये करना ही पड़ेगा. दो समटाइम दे आस्क क्वेश्चंस ओल्डर देन दैट आल्सो, बट देन इतना जरूर करना ही है. वी कैन नॉट प्रिपेयर आवरसेल्फ फॉर एवरी इवेंचुअलिटी आल्सो.
सर मेंस के लिए भी उसके ठीक पहले के 12 महीने प्रिपेयर करने चाहिए.
सर पेपर में से नोट्स निकालने चाहिए.
वही बता रहा हूँ सर आपको. हाँ सर एक सेकेंड. हाँ
Sir, apart from editorial section and explained section, which sections are all important?
sir, do not go through the crime news, and I feel you may even skip sports. स्पोर्ट्स वगैरह आता नहीं है, और आएगा भी तो 1 or 2 क्वेश्चन, 1 क्वेश्चन मैक्सिमम विच यू कैन कवर थ्रू मंथली मैगजीन. उसके लिए यू बिजनेस भी इफ यू हैव, ही इज टॉकिंग अबाउट इकोनॉमिक्स, देन यू पिक इट अप. फॉर एग्जांपल इज टॉकिंग अबाउट CPI एंड WPI, तो उसको उठा लो, अदरवाइज कोई जरूरत नहीं है उसको उठाने की. Slowly you will come to know what to read, what not to read. For example, let me tell you, there are some people, when they start preparing for economics, what they do, they write the rate of gold that day, petrol, next day also. They make a whole table. अभी आने वाला थोड़ी ना कि सोना कितना बढ़ा, सोना कितना नीचे हुआ. No, not required. But this comes because you have not seen the previous year paper. Once you have seen the previous year paper, you will understand what comes, what not. For example, economic survey, budget speech, how questions can get picked up. How to make notes, last question, because other people are also going to take the classes. Notes में ये करना है आपको, this is what I can suggest you, though you can have your own ways. I personally feel when you read paper, you sit with a register and an atlas. Register और एक atlas लेके बैठो. Whatever you see as a city in the atlas, you see in the paper, you find it out in the atlas. For example, you come across a particular city, उसको atlas में search करो कहाँ पर है. And what to do with register? Whatever comes in the paper, International Court of Justice के बारे में आ गया, open Google and make a table called as heading though International Court of Justice, because it is coming again and again and again. A news which is coming repeatedly, dedicate 2 to 3 pages on that news. इंटरनेशनल कोर्ट ऑफ जस्टिस के ऊपर 2 पेज दो रजिस्टर में. मेक अ रजिस्टर, वॉट एवर न्यूज इज कमिंग अगेन एंड अगेन एंड अगेन, राइट दैट न्यूज इन द रजिस्टर अलॉन्ग विद एनालिसिस एंड डेडिकेट 2 to 3 पेजेस ऑन एवरी न्यूज. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, द रोल ऑफ गवर्नर वॉज इन फायर in case of Manipur and Goa, and even in case of Tamil Nadu. Write down exactly, giving a heading governor, dedicate 3 pages to it. Write down what happened in Manipur, what happened in Goa, what were the analysis given regarding it. One issue came on International Court of Justice. Write down, एक page पे लिखो International Court of Justice. Write down what all is coming about International Court of Justice. Is the judgment binding or not? Pakistan is a member or not? India is a member or not? How they are member? When did they become member? How International Court of Justice is different than other forums of similar nature. ये थोड़ा सा अपने लेवल पे रिसर्च करो. And this is what we call as note making. About polity, I can tell you, you need not make elaborate notes. I'll give you the notes myself. After every class, leave 1 or 2 pages. Add some more factual things from Lakshmikant in that. बस. Analysis I'll take in class completely. जो भी बचा हुआ factual part है, you can take up from Lakshmikant and add in 1 or 2 pages. That's it. That is the end of polity. Slowly and slowly, let me tell you this also, slowly and slowly you will come to know what is right strategy, what is wrong. Nobody can tell you in one day, okay? But let's start with vigor, and then things will fall in place automatically, provided you are sincere all through. Maintain sincerity and dedication for at least 1 year. And then nothing is impossible, whether you are from Hindi medium or English medium. Whether you are from IM or MII, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. ठीक है सर? Just give your best and everything will be okay, right?
Sir, one question.
हाँ सर.
Sir, which source is most relevant for which book is most relevant for IR?
IR के लिए sir, I'm not the competent person. Madam will come and she'll discuss on that.
Sir, in the debate section, I'm not sure if I heard it correctly.
Huh.
Besides NDTV, did you also recommend CN and IBM?
You can. I said you can if you are comfortable with that. हाँ जी sir.
What about
And let me tell you again, you are free. अगर आपको लोकसभा टीवी अच्छा लगता है, pick up any one channel. Everybody has a style. No, I may prefer faster debate. You may prefer relatively slower. आपकी इच्छा है वो. But do not go through the debates which are making more noise, and they are not even allowing the people to complete the argument. उससे फायदा क्या होगा? हाँ जी सर.
what about NCERT for other GS?
अदर के लिए सर आई एम नॉट द राइट पर्सन बिकॉज दे मे हैव अ डिफरेंट टेक ऑन इट, है ना? तो वो ठीक नहीं है मेरा बोलना उसके ऊपर. For example, editorial is talking about the relevance of ICG, and he has given a very different point which you never came across, not even in class. Then you pick up the point and make a heading ICJ, and in that you write down in 2 or 3 lines that there should be more forums like this where the hostilities can come down. अब आप imagine करो, had ICJ not been there and Pakistan would have executed Mr. Jadhav, would it not escalate the tension between India and Pakistan? Thankfully we have got these forums. तो इस तरह का अगर आपको एनालिसिस मिलता है, you please write down. ठीक है ना? I think this is the time I had, and in fact I have exceeded the time limit. Thank you very much for the time, and prepare well for the examination, right? Good luck.
So, good morning, all of you. Second session starts for you. I can see some known faces. I think ikke dukke dikh rahe hain. So, good to see you again. And good to see all of you, so much willing to prepare for this exam. So, how many of you are preparing, just to know, how many of you are preparing for 2018? अच्छा, कितनों का graduation? अच्छा, okay, sorry. How many of you have completed your graduation? And okay, and the rest are still. How many of you are doing your graduation as of now? तो लंबा तीर मार रहे हो मतलब, हाँ? सर 2019 के लिए अभी से स्टार्ट हो गए. कौन कौन 20 के लिए स्टार्ट हुए? 21, 22, 23 पता होना चाहिए यार, आजकल जैसे जेई का प्रिपरेशन क्लास 6 से स्टार्ट हो जाता है तो यूपीएससी का भी 9-10 से तो हो ही सकता है, राइट? कई बार होता है सर, and many of you go to your interview and say, when they ask, why do you want to become IAS? So the answer is, sir, I'm dreaming to become an IAS since I was a child. Child मतलब सर क्लास 1 से ही मेरा सपना यही है, IAS बनना है ना? तो कौन कौन क्लास 1 वाला सपने वाला बच्चा है? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू क्लास 1 से सपना है सर IAS बनेंगे? है कोई? एटलीस्ट यू आर ऑनेस्ट. क्लास 1 में कोई ऐसा सपना नहीं देखता है. क्लास 1 का सपना क्या होता है? What are the dreams we see in class 1? I want to, climb a tree, become a pilot. ऊपर से जहाज जा रहा है तो I want to become a pilot. है ना? यही. ट्रेन दिख गया तो रेलवे, I want to drive this train. हाँ, फ्रिज खुल गया तो हाँ, यही सब सपना होता है. IAS का सपना किसी का नहीं होता है. क्लास 1, no one sees this dream honestly. Right? So good. Why I'm saying this is, how much time do you actually require to prepare for this exam? Because that's where, and that's why I asked you how many of you are preparing. So the ones who are preparing for 2018-19, perfectly fine. I think more other faculties would be talking about these general things later on. Right. I will basically focus around your geography part, right? And the related aspects with geography. How do you, right? So there are 2-3 things that we need to address in this session. Right. So these are the 3 things I will be talking about. Right. Why, where, from, and how. Right. So first of all, ठीक है. So geography. That's why. So geography के आपने भी बोला होगा शायद. Thank God geography से. And God must be laughing. कि एक दिन ऐसा आएगा, you will go to a session 5 years, 6 years down the line. So why, why has geography come back in your life? That is the first part of this. You have to understand that why first. Right? Why UPSC gives geography as a part of your GS preparation? There are so many subjects. They could have put psychology. They could have put, n number of other things are there. वो सब नहीं डाला. Why did they put geography? Why have they put polity? So you have to first figure out these whys for all these subjects. Once you understand those whys, your preparation becomes targeted. Otherwise, if you want to become a geographer, this is a wrong session. Right? I'm not here, or no one in UPSC preparation who's giving you a proper guidance would basically be teaching you geography. This is not a geography session. Right? This is geography. GS geography for UPSC prelims and mains. First, you have to be clear about this, that we are here to understand geography's role in the exam. PT, mains, interview, that's it. Right? And once I'm done with that, it's over. So that why of this thing becomes important. Why at all? So what is the role that geography plays? Do we realize this? Why we thank God after class 10th is because till then we are not able to get a sense of where does this fit in my life here? How does it matter कहाँ पे coal मिल रहा है, कहाँ पे petrol मिल रहा है, पत्थर किस type का है? How does it matter? Right? Mountains, how the mountains are formed. I have never been to a mountain and I don't want to go to a mountain. Then why does it matter to me? Right? People living in North India, they would say, I don't want to see a ocean and I have never seen and I don't want, I'm really afraid. Right? So why should I learn what is happening? Why should I learn what is happening in a cyclone? Right? It has never hit my area in Delhi or Punjab. Right? Tropical cyclones don't hit those areas. So why should I learn? What is the importance? So that first part is why. Right? So what is the role of geography? And I would like you to participate because you're here. Let this be an interactive session. What is that why about geography? Yeah.
Geography is the backbone of near about all subjects, and it impacts on human a lot. Every our economy, polity, and all these things is related to geography.
Geography. It is related.
learn geography.
Okay. Now, it is something, this statement could sound something like a politician standing out and saying, I am most important as per India's politics, so I should be taken care of. Right? Many politicians say. But then you really have to understand why. How is it important? How is it important in polity? How is it important in economy? How is it important in social aspects? Right? How also becomes important. Right? It's not so that why and how becomes important here, right? In that way. So what is that thing in geography that helps you understand this whole thing? Right? So geography starts from, where does it start from? Right? If you see your NCRT books or the ones who might have seen, where does it start from? The first chapter, first NCRT. Solar system, right? Universe and solar system. So your geography starts with that universe and solar system thing. It starts with where it all began, right? Where did this universe began from? That Big Bang, and your first chapter of your NCRT starts with Big Bang, right? So geography starts with the formation of this universe, and it tells you how the universe was formed first, so that you understand how your Earth was also formed, because Earth is nothing but part of this universe, right? So if you understand the formation of this whole universe, you better understand the formation of your own planet, the planet on which we go on to live, right? Once you understand that, what do you understand next? That what will be the life cycle of our planet, right? If you understand how it is formed, you will better understand how this Earth will progress in its life cycle. Everything has a life cycle, right? And that will help you understand the life cycle of the Earth, one. Second, it will make you understand the constituents of this Earth. Constituent means building blocks. Any building has a block. Anything that you construct has parts. There is a foundation part. What is the foundation part of the formation of this Earth? Anything that you see around. What is the basic building block of all the things that you see around you? And this is where the first link of geography comes into play. Atom. And where do you find, what do we call those atoms as? Is there just one type of atom in this universe? How many types of atoms? I'm not going into subatomic particles. You do have subatomic particles, right? Now, what is a subatomic particle? The ones who have, who have not done science, this is where your aversions come up. Yaar, where is this going? This is getting into science, right? Right? It's not getting into science. It's getting into making you understand what this is made up of. And all those things, basic things you have done, right? Where do you find the list of all the atoms? Anyone who has passed his class 10th can answer this. But by the way, how many of you have not passed your class 10th and still are sitting in this session? Thank you. So, okay. So if you have passed your class 10th, right, there used to be a chemistry teacher, right? And that chemistry teacher used to show you a periodic table. And in that periodic table, there were a list of atoms, right? 118 in number, right? And those 118 atoms are the building block of this Earth and this whole universe. So almost the whole of the universe is made out of a building block like this. Right? I'm not getting into the dark matter and all that. अब physics वालों का दिख रहा है मुझे, I can sense. जैसे ही मैं कोई शब्द बोलता हूँ ना, तो आपकी आंखों का और मुंह के मूवमेंट से मैं समझ जाता हूँ आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है. Right? So many years of experience. So I can sense सर को लग रहा है डार्क मैटर का आइडिया नहीं है. ठीक है? कोई लाएंगे, धीरे धीरे लाएंगे, हाँ, घबराओ नहीं. So one is your periodic table, and that's where your chemistry comes into play. And that's where you start understanding the importance of chemistry. Right? So now if you want to understand if you want to understand your Earth better, you need to understand chemistry slightly better. Right? You need to understand what are metals, where are metals placed in that, what are the character of metals, how are the character of metals different from those of non-metals. Right? What are halogens? Right? That's a group of gases. What are lanthanides? What are actinides? Actinides give you all your nuclear energy sources. Lanthanides give you metals which are used in high-end technology devices, right? So that's where, your link of chemistry gets established with your real world, right? And then you try to understand where will I find it. Once you understand those building blocks, next thing is you need to get those building blocks. Where do you get it from? Atmosphere? Hydrosphere or water and earth, the ground. यहीं से मिलेगा ना? You will get it all from this, right? Do we agree? Right? So this is where your chemistry fits into it. Next thing is what? He said, you know, he thought very wide and he said, sir, it sets everything for humans. But does this earth, is this earth there only for human beings? When did we come into play? This is where you have to get into your biology. How human beings evolved, how life evolved. Right? And once you understand that, you would realize that human beings are an evolution of a very, very, very late stage. Right? हमसे पहले यहाँ बहुत कुछ आगे चला गया. Right? And once you understand, that's where your understanding of biology will also help you understand how vegetation grows. Right? What kind of reactions take place. Right? In a tree, what is the reaction? What does a tree do? Do we understand what a tree does? What does a tree do? Have you ever thought? It stores the energy of the sun in chemical reactions. Right? The light of the sun, photosynthetic, right? Photosynthesis is what the plant does. What does it do? It stores that energy into chemical bonds in the plant in the form of cellulose, right? In the form of starch. And that chemical bond or those starch, cellulose, we eat, right? And we consume and we break that bond and we release that energy and utilize it. So it is the sun's energy which is being stored the way. So a plant is also some kind of an energy battery. Right? And this is where you have to understand how energy is stored, which is the reaction, what is CO2 plus H2O giving you, how it is giving you C6H12O6. Right? What do we call that as? Glucose. Not glucose. We call it as monosaccharide. Monosaccharide mein one type of monosaccharide is glucose. So once you start understanding this, your interest in this will grow. But what has happened in our school days is it has all been segregated. टीचर ने बोला ये फिजिक्स है, ये केमिस्ट्री है, ये ज्योग्राफी है, ये हिस्ट्री है. ऐसा असली में है नहीं. It's all pretty well integrated. And that's why all the things which are of importance, UPSC has picked up and put it into your syllabus. And geography is one of them. Right? But rightly said, geography is the base here. Right? It tells you about the elements around you. It tells you about the building blocks. It tells you the chemistry's relation. Right? It tells you the biology's relation. It tells you the laws of physics. Where do the laws of physics? What are the laws of physics? Have you ever thought? Was Newton the one who invented the law? Did he make that law? No. That law has been there since the beginning of this universe. All the laws in this nature are there since the beginning of the universe. It's only that people identify. And those laws, we call them as natural laws, which physics gives you in a set. Right? It's the laws of the nature which physics gives you, and based on those laws, things go on to happen in this universe. That's your physics. The chemistry, building block. Biology, the building block of life. Right? What is the building block in biology? The cell. And cell is nothing but a combination of chemicals. Yes or no? Right? And what is an individual? It is the building block of all the systems, right, which you will learn in your ecology. Right? And what is environment? The surrounding in which these living beings grow and interact. Right? Yes? What is a society? आप society के बारे में पढ़ोगे. What is society? I'm trying to make you understand the geography relation here. Right? What is society? A community. Where does the community grow? It grows on this earth in different places. And what determines how that community will react? The surrounding. If it is close to a water body, it will react differently. If it is on a peak of a mountain, it will react differently. If it is close to an ocean, it will react differently. Right? If it is in the middle of a forest, it will react differently. Right? And those reactions give them different response. And those responses are the responses of a community, which we call as the social system. द कल्चर, कौन क्या खाएगा, जो मिलेगा वही खाएगा ना. ऐसा तो है नहीं कि गंगा में रह करके और यूएसए से लाके खाएगा, वो तो अब चालू हुआ है. Right? So your surrounding makes the culture evolve. If you are staying in the Alaskan region, for example, or if you are staying in the Siberian region, what will you wear? You will need something to keep you warm, and you will eat something which will keep you warm. Right? That's why the people there eat reindeer meat. But if you are living in Rajasthan, and if I give you reindeer meat every morning and every afternoon, what will happen to you? You will have blisters on your body. गर्मी से फफोले पड़ जाएंगे. Right? So what will you eat in those regions? In hotter regions? Right? And that is nothing but your cultural practice. What you wear, what you eat, that's your cultural practice. Right? And where do you get the resources that you resource? By the way, what is a resource? Let me ask you.
That can satisfy our needs.
Something that, so it's something that that is useful, right? Anything that is useful is a resource, right? And you can have social or you can have human resource. Human being is the most important resource, Abdul Kalam ji said, right? And then material resources, what are the resources? You will have different metals, non-metals, water, everything is a resource. But when does it become a resource? When does anything become a resource? Once you realize the usefulness of that. Yes? Until unless you realize the usefulness, it is of no use. So which was the first thing that we understood the usefulness of as human beings? The first thing. One, fire. Second? Wind. Wheel. Acha, wheel. Okay. Water. Or from material things, what did we understand? Water, let's keep aside fire, wind, water. Because these are your, wheel, okay, wheel is one more, but wheel is a technological evolution. I'm saying first the material. Stone. Not, yes, stone. Stone was the first thing. And what do we call that period in history as? Stone Age. After that, what was the second resource? Copper. Copper, right? And that gives you your Bronze Age. After that, what do you have? Iron, and that gives you your, right? Do you get it? So the moment we started understanding the resources and their usefulness, they became resource and we named those period after them. Right? And then gradually what other things did we understood the usefulness of? Or socho? We understood the usefulness of some vegetations, right? And some animals. And what did we do? We started growing them, domesticated them. We domesticated plants, we domesticated animals, right? Domesticated animals are cattle. Dog. Dog was the first domesticated animal, right? But dog was not domesticated because of humans' need. Dog was domesticated also because of dog's ability to reciprocate. Right? Dog is the only animal to which if you give something to eat, after 2 or 3 times, he is your friend for lifetime. ठीक है, 3 बार कुत्ते को कुछ खिला दो आप, वो कहीं पे भी घूम घाम के शाम को आपके पास आ जाएगा और थोड़ी देर पूछ पूछ हिलाएगा. That's not the character of every bird. चिड़िया को आप कुछ खिलाओ, वो घूम के आपके पास जरूरी नहीं आएगा, right? But then when we say domestication of animals, you have cattle, you have sheep. We started domesticating them and we started utilizing them. Same ways we domesticate plants, right? Domesticated plant matlab, we identified plants that these plants are of use and we started growing them. What do we call that as? Agriculture. And what did agriculture give us? It gave us the chance to settle down. Right? It was with agriculture that we settled down. Before that, we used to move around in forests. Right? So for the first time, we became settled. Right? And that settlement gave us a settled community life. And that was the beginning of society. Right? And how do you arrange your community? For that, you need some laws. Right? Someone will tell, aap ye karoge, aap ye karoge. Right? What do we call that as? The beginning of polity. That's how your polity evolved, right? Because every society needs some rules to follow, right? And what was economy? Economy was nothing but the resources of that community. Because once you become a big community, not everyone will do everything, right? That's where specializations come up, right? So someone who is good at archery, he will be told, "Aapka kaam hai ja karke defense." Someone who is good at plowing, he will be told, "Your job is to grow crops. Someone who is good at running, he might be given the cattle, that you take care of them. Do you get it? And that leads to specialization. And specialization is the other requirement of economy. Right? Once people start specializing, the second thing they need is to exchange their specialization and whatever they produce with somebody else. Right? And that's where barter systems come into play. So barter system was the beginning of, but what do you barter? You barter the resources or you barter your services. If you are a potter, you make pottery and you barter it. And this is the beginning of economy. But what decides what will you barter? It will be decided by the region in which you live. Right? The region will give you your resources. Right? And that region, hence, again, that's where your geography again comes into play. If you are in an iron-rich region, you will be able to produce more of iron. If you are in a gold-rich region, you will be able to produce more of gold. If you are in a spice-rich region, you will be able to produce more spices. That's how our spice trade started. If you are in a silk-growing region, you will grow more of silk, and that gave us our silk roots. Right? So this is how it is, the uneven distribution of resources on this planet. Because of the geography of this planet, the uneven distribution, that was the base of economy to evolve. And this is how your geography is at the base. And it goes on to link the science, the technology, and the social aspects. Do we get it? And that's why we say geography is at the base. So this is the why of geography. Once you understand this why, your interest in geography will become tremendously large. And once you understand that, you will start understanding the things in geography. You will be more interested to know. What is the benefit of understanding plate tectonics, or how plates move, or how mountains are formed? What is the importance of mountains in life? Have you ever thought? What is the importance of mountains in human life? Something much more fundamental. Yes?
Climatic condition is decided.
Exactly. The mountains are the sources of large rivers. Right? Mountains are water towers. They are water tanks. Right? They are water towers. And from them begin the biggest rivers. And around the biggest rivers, all the civilizations grow. There is not one single civilization on this earth which has not grown around a river. Right? That is the base. Why? Because you need water for large people to settle down. Large number of people cannot settle down without water. Right? That is why the Indo-Gangetic region is the most, because it has a large amount of water source and it is the most populated region in the world. Same is the history of Huang Ho. Right? Same was the history of Nile. Same was the history of Euphrates, Tigris. Right? So all these, right? And so hence your mountain, and that's why you need to understand how the mountains are formed and how can you preserve them. Can you preserve them? Yes. What is the role? Right? Where, how will they react? In what regions will I get water? Right? How the rivers will evolve? All those things you need to understand, because that is something which is at the base. If you are not only concerned about your life, if you are concerned about humanity, you need to understand. And as an IAS officer, you are supposed to be concerned about your country, your people, and in the larger goal. Right? Because if every country is happy, we have a happy planet. Right? And this is why it becomes important for you to understand geography. And that's the reason why UPSC puts geography into your syllabus. And that's the importance. So my first task was to make you understand the importance of geography in this exam. Right? Because if you want to become an administrator, you have to administer whom? Kisko administer karoge? The people and the region. So first you have to understand the region, and then how people in that region will behave. Their behaviors are associated with the region. Mountainous peoples behave differently from people of the plain. People of Northeast will have slightly different behavior from people of South India or desert region. So those differences you have to first understand, right? So that's your why. Where from is the next part of this discussion. So where do I study geography from, right? Now, for this, I'll give you a list of books which you need to refer, and then we'll come to the how of the story. right? Is that okay? And any doubt that you have, I'll give you in the last minute, some minute, and you can discuss that. So the where from, now there are different number of books. How many of you have already bought books? Preparation मतलब ऐसा तो है नहीं कि आज ही के सुबह डिसाइड हुआ होगा, रात में सपना आया कल से यूपीएससी. कौन कौन ऐसा है बाय द वे? कल रात को सपना आया था, हाँ, और आज सुबह एकदम 1 घंटा नेट पे ढूंढा आज कहाँ सेशन है, विजन आईएएस, चलो. हाँ, मतलब कुछ टाइम से कर रहे हो कुछ. हाँ, so if you are doing it for some time, obviously you might have bought some books. So how many of you have already bought your books? Okay. कौन कौन सा एनसीईआरटी है खुद ही बताओ यार, पता तो चले. आप सबको भी थोड़ा थोड़ा डर जाओ इनकी बातें सुन के. हाँ, कि इन लोग के पास क्या क्या है, बोलो क्या क्या है. हाँ, एनसीईआरटी. हाँ, अब एनसीईआरटी में भी कौन कौन सा, हाउ मेनी टाइप्स ऑफ एनसीईआरटी डू वी हैव? नो नो नो, you have the old NCERT and the middle old NCERT, huh? And then you have the new NCERT. 3 है ना. ओल्ड वाला कौन कौन लेके आ गया है? कुमार, जवाहर बुक डिपो, कुमार बुक डिपो, हाँ, न्यू शक्ति ले आए. गुड, देखो इनका 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 चेहरा देख लो, सिर्फ ओल्ड ही लाया. सर ओल्ड के बाद मिड लाएंगे, उसके बाद न्यू लाएंगे. ठीक है, तो बहुत सारा एनसीईआरटीज आर देयर इन द मार्केट, राइट? दिस इज द फर्स्ट थिंग, एनसीईआरटीज. और क्या है बुक? माजिद हुसैन भी ले आए हो? अच्छा, ओके, माजिद हुसैन. और नाम बता दो यार. देखो, व्हाई आई एम पुटिंग ऑल दिस ऑन बोर्ड इज फॉर यू टू नो ऑल व्हाट ऑल इज देयर एंड देन टू नो व्हाट ऑल नॉट टू टच. ठीक है, what all not to touch. In this preparation, the most important thing is what not to touch than what to touch. Or if you look at it the other way around, if you just know what to touch, right, just touch that and don't touch anything else. Okay? This is the most important thing. I was reading about the eagle's character yesterday. Eagle has a character, right? When it is flying very high, it keeps its focus very intact. You know, और अपना विजन जो है ना वो बिल्कुल शार्प और फोकस रखता है. Even from very high in the sky, it can actually target and see because it doesn't lose its focus. And because of that, and because of its speed, it is able to catch its prey. Right? So you also need to have that kind of a vision. Your focus should be, बस यही करना है, इसके सिवाय और कुछ नहीं करना है. ईगल एक ही साथ जमीन के ऊपर 10 चिड़िया, जमीन वो नहीं देख रहा होता, वो एक टाइम पे एक ही चीज को देखता है ना. या आपने किंग ईगल बर्ड होता है ना, किंग फिशर देखा है? किंग फिशर तो पानी में देखता है और वो एक ही 2 मछली को देखता है. ठीक है, तो वैसा ही आपको भी करना है, राइट? हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ फोकस. सो माजिद हुसैन खुल्लर नहीं लेके आया कोई? हाँ, नहीं. और बर्नवाल जी का एक बुक है, वो नहीं लाए? हाँ, और लिखते हैं. ठीक है, अच्छा, हाँ, ये तो रही गया था. बोलो यार, क्या है? जीसी लियोंग. एटलस पे आ रहे हैं. बनेट नहीं लाया कोई? हाँ, देखो मुझे इसलिए बोलना पड़ता है कि आपको ये सब लगे कि यार सर को तो पता ही नहीं था. हाँ, कि ऐसा बुक भी है. सर को शायद पता नहीं होगा इसलिए वो बताना भूल गया है. ठीक है. ठीक है, तो अब, और ये लिस्ट बहुत लंबा है. अब इधर आ जाते हैं और इधर लिखते हैं हमें पढ़ना क्या है. ठीक है, सो वेयर फ्रॉम. ठीक है, सो व्हाट डू यू हैव टू स्टडी इज द न्यू एनसीईआरटी. ठीक है, ओनली द न्यू एनसीईआरटी, एंड फॉर दैट ऑल्सो यू डोंट नीड टू बाई इट. क्या करना है? हाँ, कहाँ मिलेगा ये? NCERT डॉट, इस वेबसाइट पे जाओ. ठीक है, इनका 2 सेक्शन आएगा, इंग्लिश हिंदी. इंग्लिश हिंदी जो भी यू वांट टू क्लिक, देन दे विल पुट ई बुक्स, क्लिक. दे विल आस्क यू क्लास, क्लिक. क्लास कौन सा है? ये वाले के लिए आई एम जस्ट टॉकिंग ऑफ योर ज्योग्राफी 11th एंड 12th, सिर्फ इन दोनों क्लास. 11th पहला क्लिक करो, क्लास 11th, then you pick geography as the syllabus. In that you will have 2 books. The first one is fundamentals of physical geography. ठीक है, ये बुक खरीदना है आपको. खरीदना भी नहीं है, डाउनलोड करना है. पैसा ले लेना घर से, and then you decide whether you want to watch Bahubali or whatever. होता है, अब भैया पापा मम्मी ने भेजा है तैयारी के लिए तो पैसा तो भेजा होगा, है ना? आप ही ने बोला होगा पापा यूपीएससी इज वेरी वेरी टफ, पैसा चाहिए, बुक्स बहुत सारा लेना है. Some of you are real smart, I know, right? So you get your allocated funds and then you misappropriate those funds, right? यूज कहीं और करते हो और नेट से बुक डाउनलोड कर लेते हो, ठीक? और पापा मम्मी को बोलते हो मैं बहुत पढ़ा हूँ, रिजल्ट आ गया तो पापा मम्मी को भी लगा यस ठीक था, ठीक? तो यू डिसाइड व्हाट यू वांट टू डू विद द मनी, आई एम टेलिंग यू वेयर यू गेट इट फ्रॉम, राइट? So fundamentals of physical geography. The second is physical, India physical environment. India physical environment. ठीक है? This is the India. So this is your physical geography books. Physical geography books. ठीक है? These two books. After that, you go to your class 12th, right? And यहाँ पे you will get again two books. Fundamentals of human geography, ठीक है, right? And then you will get India, people and economy, ठीक है? ये चार books, ये चार book you have to have, right? Then you need to have one more book which was your next one, क्या है? GC Leon. This you also need to have, right? GC Leon. And then one more atlas. कौन सा atlas? You buy Oxford, you buy Orient, you buy anyone, but you buy one atlas. ठीक है? Oxford is good enough. There is no part in GC Leong. मतलब the book doesn't come in two parts. The book comes into one part. The same book has chapters. So chapter number 14th is your physical geography का up to climate. Right, I'll get into those chapters in a minute, don't worry, right? And then beyond that, you have the world climatic region starting from chapter number 15 to chapter number 25. I'll talk about that in a while. So this is what you need to refer, right? This is your first part of your preparation. Okay, the second part starts later, and the second part has very few things to add, right? What you add to this later on is your India yearbook, which will be the respective year in which you are giving your exam. This comes from publication division of Government of India. ठीक है, हर साल एक इंडिया ईयरबुक इतना मोटा सा बुक आता है. In that you have some chapters which are of importance. The first chapter is land and people. The second chapter is agriculture. The third is environment, right? The fourth is transport, right? So all the geography related chapters that you have, those chapters you have to study, right, from geography's perspective. Other science and technology, you have to read the science and technology thing. Environment, you have to read the environment thing. Okay? Do you get it? So the geography related sections you have to read from your India yearbook. And one last thing which you have to pick the data from, one more source would be your economic survey of that respective year. So agriculture related data, industry related data, transportation related data, obviously, है ना, energy sector related data. So those things you have to pick from the economic survey, right? So these are the sources. If you are done with this, your PT related questions would be taken care of, and your mains related question, your basic foundation will be added. Now, on that, what you have to add is your current affairs, right? One current affairs source, whichever you decide, right? So if you pick up your current affairs source, whichever, as I said, you decide and you do it from there. Is that okay? So this much, this is your basic books. Please do not touch anything else. आप में से कुछों के पास principles of physical geography ये सब book होगा, अभी उसको side में रख दो. You don't need it, right? Though some of those books are good, but UPSC of late has started asking questions directly from these NCRTs, right? Last 3-4 years, every year it is picking at least 1 or 2 questions directly from the book, line by line type, and some questions indirectly from the book. So it's better that you read here. Mains questions are also coming directly from this book. Once we start discussing the chapters, that's where you will realize how those questions, for example, the question on tea gardens, right? Duars and tree garden, that was a mains question asked in 2014. Then there was a question on steel plantation, right? That was also given in your fundamentals of human geography. Book में ही वो पूरा section दिया है, book में से उठा करके they have asked that question. Right? PT, there are n number of questions asked. For example, last year reverse उन्होंने पूछा ब्रह्मपुत्री का tributary. Exactly name sequence वहीं से उठा के दे दिया. Do you get it? So questions are coming directly. So why should you not read it? Do you get it? First you do this. If you have time, do anything else. Let me assure you, you will not have time. Right? Even the ones who are preparing for 2018, you don't have too much time. You have right amount of time. Right? And you have to do n number of revisions also in this process. Right? So do this. Do we get this? What? So why and where from taken care of. Now how? How do we prepare for this exam? What will give you an exact idea of what you need to read? Syllabus ho gaya? Syllabus is one thing. But the syllabus doesn't tell you too much. If you see your syllabus, especially for PT, it is a one-line syllabus. Right? If you see your main syllabus also, it's not very detailed. Though it does give you geophysical phenomena, agriculture-related aspects, primary, secondary, tertiary sector, but it's not very detailed. Right? So what will give you an idea of how to prepare, or sorry, how to prepare? कहाँ से पता चलेगा? UPSC questions. Which questions? Starting from?
13.
हाँ? कहाँ से start करोगे? 1978? वो book में आता है? हाँ? 82, 83, 90 वहाँ से पढ़ना शुरू करते हैं. 2000 तक आते आते चाय ब्रेक चाहिए होता है. कहाँ से शुरू करना है? Last year paper. ठीक है? Start from 2016 and go in the reverse sequence. Right? जहाँ तक जाके चाय ब्रेक की ज़रूरत हो, ठीक है? तो वहाँ पे चाय ब्रेक ले लो. That is good enough. That gives you a sense of your questions. Do you get this? Right? So this is your, right? This is the basic and this is it. If you are able to prepare on this basis, based around your questions, pick up those questions one by one. I'm not taking any question here. I know you are not prepared for that. Right? First you have to, from my side, first I have to tell you where you know, how do you start or where do you start from? And then once you start reading, that's where you look into those questions, and that those questions will guide you. They themselves will tell you what you need to pick. Do you get it? So this is it. Right? What, where and why. Anything else you want to ask me? Ask me. Yeah. Yeah, so see, for that, there are sessions which Vision does, which are related to how do you write your mains answers. I'm not here getting into the how do you write your answer, because to me, you are still starting. First, you read your books. Answer writing comes probably once you have read your things for 2 months, right, or a month. Then you get into an answer writing session, and then you start framing your answers. Right, so right now I would not get into answer writing, but yes, if you have 150 words, try to frame that answer in that 150 word, any primary answer, right? And then see a session and see how close you are to that session. We have answer writing sessions. So that's where the focus of this session is not how to write your answers. So yes, now that will depend on, once you read a question, you would realize that, for example, if they ask you an energy sector question, so they might ask you where all do we have? And then which is the new project the government is starting, or which are the new initiatives. New initiative is current. Where all do we have the resources is the foundation. Do you get it? So this is the mix. Is that okay? Yeah.
So what is the importance of India yearbook?
India yearbook, as I said, is important in terms to make you understand what initiatives have been taken in India in different regions with respect to agriculture, with respect to transport, with respect to population. आपने देखिए, once you do your NCERTs were last updated somewhere in 2011. You are in 2017. So there's a lot of current things which have happened. Right? Those data are old now. Right? So you need new data. As I said, your India yearbook is important only to give you factual things, factual new programs and factual data. That's it. Okay, conceptually you will not get anything in India yearbook. Those concepts are in your basic books, NCERT. So NCERTs and all these books are basic, conceptual. India yearbook and other sources are factual add-up. Yeah.
Geography is a good subject for option.
We'll discuss later, right? I'll put my number. Anyone who has this doubt about geography and optional can ask me on this 9650280015. You can write to me on this. Right. Right, so no optional questions. Yeah, last question, because sir is waiting, as I can see. Yeah. You can call me anytime, don't worry. 9 to 9. If I don't pick the phone, don't worry, give me a call after 1 hour. Go on calling till I pick the phone. Yeah.
So for a working professor who is not, having sufficient time to attend the classes and who is
This is a general question which I would expect you to ask to a person who would come later on. Ask me geography related things.
main with geography, optional language.
Geography optional, give me a call later.
Those materials you mentioned.
Yeah.
It is sufficient for GS mains?
It is, right? Thank you, thank you. You have my number, you can call because sir is waiting, as I can see. Right, just give me a call, don't worry. You can call me after the session ends, give me a call, I'll pick, right? Don't worry. Thank you.
Yes. Hello. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
This is my name. So basically, I'm attached with the VISION IAS for the last 3 years, and I'm responsible here for the purpose of, the economic section for civil services. So like in this session, I'll tell you, that what kind of syllabus is being provided by the UPSC for the economic section. Okay, from both prelims as well as mains point of view. And then I'll discuss what is the weightage of economics in prelims and mains, and then certain questions. I won't discuss that how to write down the answer. I just tell you what kind of question is being asked by the UPSC in the prelims as well as mains examination for the economic section. Okay. See, that is the syllabus given by the UPSC in the prelims examination for economic section. Like under that, you are having only 3 things. Like first of all, the basic principles of Indian economy. The second thing is social schemes of the government of India, and the third one is social development through economic empowerment. Okay. So under these 3, as you can see, that these are not properly defined by the UPSC. So what we can only do, we can try to analyze the last year question papers, and then we can try to know that what are the subtopics that are part of these 3 topics. See, whatever analysis I did, according to me, these are the subsections of the various economics question asked by the UPSC in the last few years. So as you can see in this one, you are having population, employment, planning and development, national income, poverty, price and inflation, agriculture, industry, public finance, and so on. Okay. So whatever basic is being there in the economic section, they're asking question. Like, as you know, banking is one of the topic, under which UPSC is asking the maximum question. As you can see in this one only, in 13 they asked 7 question, then 4 question, 5, and in 2010 they asked 12 question. And that was the year when they asked the maximum question in the economics, around 36. So imagine, out of 100 questions, 36 questions were asked from the economic section only. And if you see the other years, 18, 15, 36, 22, 16, and 19. So if I'll take the average of this, then on an average, you have the weightage of economics is around 20%. So if I'll go by the last 6 years, then on an average, 22 questions is being asked by the UPSC from the economic section only. So this is one of the sections which is being most important, I would say, because you are getting almost 20% of a paper from one section only. That is what? Economics. Okay, and you know that when it comes to the, your call for the mains examination, what is the cutoff? Last year it was around 107 something. Okay, So that means if you are being attempting 20% question, I'm not saying that you are being able to attempt the entire 20%, but if you're attempting around 15% out of this 20%, then simply you are scoring around 30 marks. Okay? So economics is a portion which is being, I would say, not very tough, and I won't say it's very easy, but it is more of conceptual in nature. Okay? Because questions are not fact-based. The questions are not about the year, in which year the scheme was started, in which year this particular thing was happened. It's just that conceptual question has been asked. Okay? So under that, if they're asking 20 questions, then I would say if your concepts are clear, then it won't take more than 15 to 20 minutes to answer these questions. I'll show you the question, that what kind of question asked by the UPSC last year. Okay? So that is the weightage of economics in prelims. Now, in case of mains examination, you are having question from economics side in paper 2 and paper 3. Now, what kind of syllabus is being there? Like in the syllabus of mains examination, you are having these topics like Indian economy and issue related to planning, mobilization of resources. That means we are talking about the fiscal policy thing. Second, growth, development, employment. Again, we're talking about the fiscal policy, that what kind of initiative taken by the government of India for the growth and development in the economy. Then inclusive growth, government budgeting, transport and marketing of agricultural produce, e-technology in the aid of farmer. Don't worry, I'll give you this slide. Okay, this slide will be uploaded on the VISION IAS platform, and moreover on the YouTube also. And moreover, if you need it separately, you can also mail me. I'll simply forward it to you. Okay. Secondly, these topic issues of buffer stocks and food security, technology missions, economics of animal rearing, then you're having food processing industry, land reforms, then you're having these two topics about the industrial policy of the Indian economy since 1991. Okay? Then after that, the last topics, poverty and hunger, then you are having something about the WTO, and then you're having this World Bank, IMF, these kind of topics are being asked in the international institutions. Then after that, subsidies topic, PDS topic, infrastructure, and last one is investment model. So in paper 2 and paper 3, you will get these topics, when it comes to the economics section. Now, what is the weightage of economics? First of all, tell me how many papers have been there in the GS section? 4 papers. What is the weightage of each and every paper? 250. That means the total weightage of GS is around 1000 in 4 papers. Okay. So if you see, in 2013, they asked 135 marks of question in paper 2 and paper 3 combined. 14, it was 130, then 15, 150, and then again 115. Last year, exactly 12 questions asked by the UPSC in paper 2 and paper 3. So on an average, the weightage of economics is around 14%, I would say, in the mains examination. Okay? So, again, you can say in mains examination also you cannot avoid. But in comparison to prelims, I would say preparation for economics in mains examination is comparatively easy. Why? Because you know the topics. Okay? Like if I'll tell you this thing, that in the last 4-5 years, not even a single question asked by the UPSC out of the syllabus. Everything was a part of syllabus. It's just that they've been asking some question which has been kind of very, very, requires deep knowledge. So that is comparatively easy when it comes to preparation for economics in mains examination. Okay, so these are the syllabus for prelims as well as mains. Like I would say, this thing has been kind of really good. Why? Because almost after 5 years back, like in the manner in which they describe the syllabus for the prelims examination, in the same way they describe the syllabus for the mains examination also. So earlier it was not clear, but now it is comparatively very much clear that what you need to study in case of UPSC. Okay? Then after that, when it comes to preparation, you can go through the 4 NCRTs. It's not about that you have to go through the old NCRT like in case of geography and history, but in case of this, you just need to go through the latest NCRT. And that you can get free on the website of NCRT. Okay, like in case of 9th class, again, not entire book, it's just that few chapters are being relevant as per our examination syllabus. See, in the 9th standard NCRT, the book name is Social Sciences, Economics, and the chapter number 1, 2, 3, and the final chapter in the name of Food Security in India. Okay. Then after the 10th standard, the book name is Understanding Economic Development. Under that, you need to go through chapter number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the last chapter called Consumer Right. Then in the 11th book, That book you can, refer entirely, because all the chapters are being kind of very general, and that will provide you the basic knowledge about the Indian economic development. So 11th standard book you can refer completely. Then after that, in the 12th NCERT, that book is about the macroeconomics. You're not supposed to go through the microeconomics at all, because micro is not a part of our syllabus. Only the macroeconomics that you need to go through. Under that, chapter number 3, 5, and 6. That is basically about the banking, fiscal policy, then inflation, then you're having one topic called foreign trade. So only these 4 topics are being covered. But chapters are being kind of technical, because certain, equations and certain graphs are being provided. So if you will go through this book after attending the class, then it will be much more easier to understand. Okay? So only these 4 NCERT. And moreover, there is no need to buy these NCERT. These are all free at the website of, this NCERT. Like if I'll click this particular link here, then what you will find that, the things are being provided here, that how you can download these books. See. So this is the 11th NCERT. Okay. So under that, simply go through this. What you will find that everything is being provided. And moreover, what is the best thing about the NCERT books now? Because, they are providing everything with lot of pictures and lot of graphs. So that will be even more interesting to study. Like in this case, as you can see this one, agriculture during pre-British period. So they are having picture, and moreover, they are being defining what kind of things we are producing that time. Okay. So the books are being kind of very interesting to read. So that books you can refer online, and that is all completely free. You're not supposed to spend even a single penny. So what you can simply do, just download these NCERT in your, cell phone, because I think everyone must be having a smartphone with you. Okay. So just download that thing. So whenever you have, spare time, or you are being, simply feeling bored, or if you're being traveling somewhere, then just open up that chapter and start reading it. Okay. It's very general. It's not like that you have to have a technical knowledge about this thing to understand. It's just that it's being very, very simple. Okay. So you can simply read it and try to, understand. You're not supposed to mug it up. You just need to understand what this particular chapter is trying to say about one particular aspect. Getting my point or not? So that is the thing about the NCERT that you can refer. Okay. So it's all free, no need to buy. So here you are being able to save certain amount of money, and that you can simply spend where? To see movie like Bahubali. Yes or no? So how many of you see the Bahubali movie? Yeah, that's why they are being able to, earn how much? More than 1500 crore. So these are the, books that you can refer. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th NCERT. Now after that, what kind of books you can refer for the economic section? Like, first of all, do remember there is not even a single book that is being provided by anyone. We are having certain book, but I'm not recommending it because it's not that good, because you're having a lot of spare and extra material in that particular things. The best books, I would say, for the preparation of Indian economics from UPSC point of view, that you should refer the books, written by various professors of the Delhi University in the name of Indian economy book. Okay, and these are for the BCom honors purpose. Under that, you are not supposed to refer the entire book, because the books are being kind of very bulky. Okay, only those chapters are being required, which is being matching to our UPSC main syllabus. Like as you are having topics with you, okay, so what you can do when you buy any of these books, like these 4 books are being there for the Delhi University BCom honors. I think paper number 10 or 11 is being there in second year or third year. So under that, these are the 4 writers, like Indian Economy by Datan Sundaram, Indian Economy by Mishra and Puri, and then Indian Economy Performance and Policies by Uma Kapila. She is a professor from Miranda House College in Delhi University. And then Indian Economy by I.C. Dhingra. So I.C. Dhingra, I think, is a professor in Delhi College of Arts and Commerce in Delhi University again. So all these 4 books are being really good. So you can buy any of these 4. You're not supposed to buy all the 4, just one out of these 4. Okay. Then after that, what you're supposed to do, just mark the chapters which is being there in our main syllabus. So once you start marking it, then I think you will be able to eliminate easily 2/3 of the book. Okay. So you're just supposed to read how much? Only 1/3. Okay. Because you know that in this examination, the time is the most crucial factor, I would say, because you need to prepare so many things. And the time is how much? Just 1 year with you. Because normally what happens when you complete your graduation, then after that you start preparation for this examination. And then in the month of June, you're appearing for the what? You're appearing for the prelims examination. Getting my point or not? So you're having 1 year. So out of these 4, you can buy any one. And then after that, once you finish this thing, then you can buy this book extra. And that is Indian Economy Since Independence by Uma Kapila. And that book is completely for mains perspective, not prelims at all. So under that, you're having critical analysis about the various government policies, about the various developmental aspects, and so many other things. Okay? So that book is for what? Is for only mains purpose. If you want to buy, then. Otherwise, if you are being satisfied that, whatever I am studying from the various newspaper, the articles, and moreover in this book, there is a lot of explanation is also there. So if you think that is being extra, then you can also avoid it. So what is the best way to buy a book? Like suppose, when you go through any one of these books, plus you have been going through the newspaper, plus any magazine and all. So when you've been planning to buy this book, go to the shop, just try, see the books. And then see, is it relevant as per your preparation level or not? If you have, done this book or did this book in a proper manner, then I would say maybe you will be able to eliminate this one. Because this book is about, information since 1947 till date. Under that, lot of things are being extra. But if you've analyzed the last year paper properly, like the mains examination properly, and if you see the kind of question pattern, then I think, most of you will think that I can avoid this. Okay? But why I'm saying that you should go through it, if you have extra time, then it will provide you a good idea that what kind of development we saw in the last, 70 years in the Indian economy. Because it's an updated book. Getting my point or not? So only when you have time. Otherwise, any one of these books will be more than sufficient for the entire economics portion of UPSC examination. Then after that, if you've been joining coaching, like that I'm telling you from the perspective, if you're not thinking in terms of joining any coaching, but if you're joining coaching, then what you're supposed to do, just refer the institute notes. That means whatever we will discuss in the class. Secondly, whatever class notes you are having. And third, whatever handout will be provided by me. So in this case, you will get three things here. The class note and discussion, whatever we have in the class. Secondly, you are having the hard copy of the handout that has been given by the institute. And then third one, there is a separate handout provided by me also. So what I did for the purpose of preparing these handouts. So as I provided you that these are the books. So what I did, simply mark that chapter which is being relevant as per our syllabus and asked my typist, to simply type it. And I did what? Cut, copy and paste. Okay? क्योंकि अगर मैं खुद book लिखूंगा तो मैं book छपाऊंगा. Yes or no? But in this case, what I'm trying to do, that only that material which is being relevant from our examination point of view, I simply copied that. And I simply provided in my notes and providing it to you in soft copy form. Getting my point or not? So that your efforts will be minimized and you're not supposed to buy any book, and you're not supposed to mark the chapter and then read it. What you're supposed to do? Just refer the notes provided by the institute. So in this case, if you're being referring, these three things, that is institute notes in the hard copy form, class notes, and then handouts provided by me, okay? I would say you will be able to cover around 80 to 90% of economics portion, okay? Getting my point or not? Because what is my thinking when anybody is joining coaching, that the efforts of the student should be minimized in this case. So institute notes you will get in hard copy form, and my notes you will get in soft copy form. Now, how you will get this, notes when it comes to this soft copy thing, like I'll tell you. Like, we are having, our students platform where you can simply go and log in. Like when you join, you will get one, login ID and one password. By way of that, you will be able to log in on our website. Like see, in this case, when you go on the login section, you have this thing. Like as soon as you will log in, you have certain options. You should go on the classes thing, and then you have the, under that I have access of everything. It's just that you will have access of only your classes that you can see live, or if you miss the class, then you will be able to see offline later on. So like see, in this case, if I'll show you, see. So you have your sections in your classes, like classes have been going on. So this is one of my class. So under that, you have the notes on right hand side in terms of your handouts provided by the faculty. So like as you can see in this one, you have the notes about the banking and finance in India. So under that, what I did, as I told you, that I simply referred many books and I simply copied it. Under that, whatever information is being there, it is all up to date. Okay, so that you can simply download and read in your laptop, in your computer, in your smartphone, whatever it is. Okay, so that is a way of providing the notes in our institute. So what is the best thing? That if you're being missing any class, then you will be able to see later on, and whatever notes you're having, that is with you all the time. It's not like that you have to carry with you or you have to do the scanning of that. You can carry it with you anytime in your smartphone. Yes or no? So that thing you will get here, which is a kind of a very much, plus point, I would say, in case of joining this particular thing. Moreover, when it comes to, preparing notes for the economics, what you're supposed to do. Like suppose if this is your notebook, you know that in case of economics, you are having, updates all the time. Like every day you are having something new, which is being happening in the economy. So when you make your notes, please leave certain space on one side. Like imagine, in your class, if I'm discussing about the, CRR, let's suppose, cash reserve ratio provided by the Reserve Bank of India for the banking industry. Like at the time of demonetization, they provided a thing called incremental CRR. Okay, what is CRR? There is not of our concern that we need to discuss here. I'm just telling you, like CRR is a concept that is being discussed by each and everyone all the time. But incremental CRR provided by the Reserve Bank of India in the month of November 2016, only after the demonetization process. So suppose if your class is being happening in the month of October, so whatever we are discussing only about the CRR. But in November you are having one more term. So what you're supposed to do, when you revise your note, or whenever you will get anything, as an updation, just provide here only with the CRR. So suppose you're having CRR here, just provide in brief about the incremental CRR here, that why the Reserve Bank of India introduced it, what is the main purpose behind that. And why I'm saying that you have to do like this, because when you revise your note at the time of prelims as well as mains examination, then it will be easier for you to cover each and everything. Otherwise, imagine if you're being, reading something about the incremental CRR, and if you're saving something in your laptop, computer, or your phone. So what happened at the time of examination when you're revising it, it may be possible that you will skip that particular thing, because you will not be able to recall that where I simply provided that thing, or is it like that I read anything in the past about this thing. Okay. So if you're being, getting any kind of update, just do the update here only. Or if you're being making notes in your A4 sheet, normally what I saw that students are being using A4 sheets for the purpose of making notes. So that is even much better, because if you get anything new, you can simply write on the new sheet and simply provide there only with your notes. So that is the best way, when it comes to preparing notes for anything which is requiring updation. Like in case of economics, in case of you're having international relationship, then you're having thing like science and technology, then you're having Indian polity, then you're having, this environment and ecology. So certain things are being there which requires updation. So for these purpose, please make your notes in this manner only. Getting my point out? Because it will be easier for you to revise and cover each and everything when you revise these particular things. Getting my point or not? So that is even much, much more easier. Okay. Now after this, how you can, prepare, or what kind of question is being asked by the UPSC in the last few years. So I'll show you only 2 or 3 questions in this. See. So in case of what kind of question, like see, this question was asked by the UPSC last year. Recently, which one of the following currencies has been proposed to be added to the IMF's SDR? So though this topic is a part of your mains examination, that when we discuss about the IMF, World Bank and the other, like WTO, we're discussing from the mains perspective. But the point is, UPSC is currently not segregating with the prelims as well as mains. They're being asking anything. Okay, so under that, when we discuss about the IMF, I'll tell you about what is SDR. And in 2015 December meeting at the International Monetary Fund, they decided that the Chinese currency should be included as a part of special drawing right. So as soon as you know you will read this question, you know that what is the answer, and you will simply start looking that in which option the right answer is being provided. And what is the answer? The answer is renminbi. Okay. So Chinese currency's official name is what? RMB. That is called renminbi. So it won't take, I would say more than 15-20 seconds to mark that answer correct. See the second question that was asked last year. Which of the following best describes the term import cover, sometimes seen in the news? Okay. Like, import cover is a term that we're not discussing as a part of a current thing, but we are discussing this thing as a part of industrial policy. Like when we discuss about industrial policy of 1991, we'll discuss that why the government of India's foreign exchange reserve was kind of at a very low level that time. Okay. What was the reason behind that? So that time I will use this term called import cover. So though it is a part of a mains examination, but thing is when you discuss it, I'll use this term, and then that time when you revise this thing, you'll get to know that what is the right answer. So as you know, in case of this one, what is the right answer? The answer is D. It is the number of months of imports that could be paid for by a country's international reserves. Because in 1991, our reserves was very low and we were not able to, take care even for few months of import in our economy. So that's why we use this term called import cover. Yes or no? So questions are not tough. These are being very easy. See, in case of this, why does the government of India promote the use of neem-coated urea? So again, this topic is a part of mains examination. Under the subsidy topic, we'll discuss about 4 types of subsidy, like agriculture subsidy. Under that, we'll simply discuss about the, urea subsidy only. Then secondly, we discuss about the petroleum subsidy. Then we discuss about third one that is called, the subsidy related to the food item. Okay. So under that, when we discuss about the subsidy related to the fertilizer, we'll discuss about that why the government of India initiated this thing called neem-coated urea. Why it was in news? Because, in case of India, when it comes to using the fertilizer, that in certain states like Punjab and Haryana, urea is being used for the purpose of whitening the milk also. So they are being making what kind of thing? Adulterated milk by way of this particular thing. What? Urea. So imagine we are drinking something which is being made out of chemicals. Okay, and moreover, a lot of urea which is being simply subsidized by the government of India is being diverted to where? Diverted to the various industrial units also. So to stop this thing, government of India initiated a thing called neem-coated urea. So under that, when we discuss about things, so I'll tell you, what is the benefits of coating urea with neem oil. So when you read this option, when we discuss about this thing, you will be able to answer this question very easily. But what is the answer? Answer is, it's the B. Neem coating slows down the rate of dissolution of urea in the soil. Why it is being there, we'll discuss when we discuss about the subsidy related to the fertilizers. So questions are not tough. Point is, the concepts has to be clear. Getting my point or not? Then after that, if you see the mains question, what were the reasons for the introduction of FRBM Act 2003? Discuss critically its salient features and their effectiveness. Do remember, currently, or what kind of pattern is being used by the UPSC when it comes to asking questions in the mains examination. They're not asking about the provisions, the various acts, what kind of positive, negatives are being there. They're actually talking about or asking you about, whether whatever was given in the particular act or policy, is it like currently we are being able to achieve that thing or not? If not, what were the reasons? So generally they're asking about the critical analysis. They're asking your points that why something we are not able to achieve in the past, whatever is being provided by the government. Getting my point or not? So you're not supposed to mug up currently anything. You just need to read the things, you just need to know the best features about that, and you need to know whether these things are being properly implemented or not. If not, then what were the reasons behind that? Then once you know what were the reason, then in the end you need to provide what? The conclusion in terms of that how we can overcome whatever negative we faced in the past few years. Okay? So questions are not tough, it's just that basic understanding is being required. So that's why, in our class, I never discuss things in very deep. I just try to, make a concept clear so that you will be able to understand things, and then after that you can make your own opinion on that. Because currently opinion making is the most important thing when it comes to preparation for mains examination. Getting my point or not? Then after that, see this question, examine the impact of liberalization on companies owned by Indians. are they competing with the MNCs satisfactorily? Like this question has been kind of very general. Like if I'll ask you to write the answer of this question now only, I know everyone can write it because question is very, very general. But the point is, how to write a good answer in 200 words is the biggest issue, I would say. So that's why, in our institute, what we are doing, that we are providing you daily assignments. Under that, you are getting one question daily. Like whatever we discuss in the class, it could be geography, it could be polity, it could be economics, anything. So you'll get one assignment question that you have to write of your own, and then you need to submit here. Then we are having so many experts here who will evaluate your answer, and they will provide you the feedback that how you can improve your answer writing skills. So that is a daily practice that you have to follow. But again, there is no compulsion. If somebody wants to do it, they can do it. But it would be good if you do it because it will help you in terms of what? Improving your writing skills. So questions are not tough, it's just that you need to master yourself in terms of writing things. And that you can do only with the help of practice. Getting my point or not? So this kind of pattern of question has been asked by the UPSC in the prelims as well as mains examination. Moreover, if you prepare economics in a proper manner, then I would say that you will be able to become a citizen who knows certain things, that what kind of things have been going around me. Like, in your class, we'll discuss about the GST. Normally, people are not bothering about what is GST and the other thing. But you people are preparing for UPSC, so you should know what is GST. Then what is the positive features and what is the negative features about that? What kind of obstacles we will face when it comes to implementation of GST thing. Like in your economics class, we will also discuss about the taxes. And sometime what happened, in your interview also, they're asking questions which is being currently going on regarding the taxation reforms and the remaining things. Like I'll tell you one simple example. Recently, one candidate appeared for the interview in UPSC mains examination just I think 1 month back in the month of April. So interview board was in a mood, that they were simply asking about all the current things. So they were not bothering about that they need to ask something from that is your detailed application form or from your biodata, whatever it is. They're asking any random question. Okay, so what happened? They asked one person who appeared for the interview, I won't tell you the name, obviously. They asked, you go to restaurant for the purpose of eating something? He said, yes. Kehta, okay, tell me, what was the date of your last visit? He said, sir, only 3 days back I went to a restaurant. And he was very happy in terms of telling, sir, I went to, one hotel called Lee Meridian for the purpose of my dinner. They said that you must be a rich person if you're going to Lee Meridian. So he was smiling, okay. So he said, okay, tell me, when you paid the bill in the hotel, what kind of taxes applied by the hotel in your bill? Now, whatever smile was there was simply faded away. So he said, okay, don't worry, I'll give you a piece of paper and pen. Tell me, if you're going to a restaurant, if you're consuming something worth of 2,000 rupees, then tell me how much you need to pay, with the taxes. So he said, sir, so he was like this, okay, sir, I'll try. He says, first of all, you need to pay a thing called VAT. He says, so what is the rate of VAT? He was like in a doubt because in your bill, you will get 2 VAT rates in Delhi. One is 12.5% and second is 20%. Like when you consume something kind of a liquor, so the VAT rate is 20%. VAT is what? Sales tax. Provided by whom? By the Delhi government. And if you're consuming something, like any food stuff, then your VAT rate is 12.5%. So he was first of all in doubt whether I should provide 20% or 12.5%. He said, sir, VAT is being there. What is the percentage? He said, sir, it is around 20%. Okay? Because he must consume both things, food as well as liquor. Okay? There's no bad thing if you're consuming liquor, no issues. Okay? So he said, sir, VAT is being there. Okay. What is the other tax? Sir, under that you also need to provide a thing called service tax. How much? What is the rate? Sir, 15%. Okay, tell me how much? Sir, 15% yani ki 300 of this. Then you have 400 of this. Plus, sir, service charge is also there. How much? Sir, it is 10%. Is it a tax? कहते sir no, it is not a tax. It's a charge levied by the restaurant for the purpose of consuming anything. Okay, so he said sir 10% is being around there, so it is 200. So in total I need to pay how much? 2,900 rupees. So you say, are you sure? कहते yes sir, I am very much sure that you have to pay this much amount only. कहते okay, give it to me, I'll tell you. They said if you've been consuming, like first question was, what you consumed in the restaurant? Food or something like any liquor? Sir, no liquor. Sir, only food. Okay, fine. कहते sir, for food item, the VAT rate is only 12.5%. That means, what is the total value? You need to provide only 250 rupees worth of VAT you need to pay. Fine. Then, service tax, it is 15%, but you're not supposed to pay 300 at all. In case, if you've been consuming anything in India, as per the current taxation structure, what is the policy? You need to calculate 40% of that. How much it is? It will be 800. And on this 800, you have to provide 15% of that. Because in restaurant, though you're consuming goods, but they're also providing you services. What kind of services? That you're being sitting there, they're serving you everything at your table, then you're getting the air conditioning, and the other services are being there. Okay? So point is, services is being there, but is it like whatever amount of food you consume, is it like that much amount of services they provided? The answer is no. So they said you need to calculate 40% of that, and then you need to provide 15% of this thing. Getting my point or not? So what is the 15% of this? 120. So the service tax amount will be 120, not 300. So in your bill, when you go to a restaurant next time, see that either they're providing tax in this manner, 40% and then 15% of that, or they're providing simply 6% of this thing. Like 6% of this is how much? 120. So bill is like this. And then service charge, if they are being levying it, then what is that amount? This amount is 200. What was the next response from the side of interview board? Boss, in case of any 5-star hotel in Delhi, they are not applying service charge. They are even expecting more tip from your side. Like in case of small restaurant, they are applying service charge, but not in case of generally 5-star hotels. Okay, and moreover, it is not mandatory currently. So he said you need to pay this much amount of tax. So how much it is? 0,732. This much amount of money you need to pay when it comes to your bill in a restaurant. And what was the immediate next response? When you are not able to take care of your money in a proper manner, how you will be able to spend the government's money in a proper manner? Thank you very much, your interview is over. Imagine. So point is, economics is a section that will make you an aware citizen in terms of knowing what kind of things are being going around you. Because in your economics class of fiscal policy, we'll discuss about your taxes also. Like currently GST is going to be implemented, so we'll discuss about the positives of the GST and what kind of obstacles we will face in case of implementing GST in our economy. Okay? So this is a thing that will help you in terms of knowing what has been going around you, and maybe it is possible because in interview you cannot say that only economics they will ask. They can ask you anything. But point is, whatever current development is being happening in the economy is related to what? Is related to the economics. So if you're having a good knowledge about the economy, it will be very much easier for you to understand the things. Getting my point or not? So this is about the economics portion, that how you can prepare for that. Any question you want to ask, you can raise. Tell me. And moreover, if anyone is interested in terms of taking economics as an optional, then whatever we will discuss in the class from the UPSC GS point of view, that will be more than enough, I would say, for the economics optional paper 2. Yes or no? One more thing I want to show you. Like when you prepare for the examination, please be careful about studying thing, then which thing is being good and which thing I should avoid when it comes to preparation for this examination. See. like how you can decide what you're supposed to study and what you're supposed to leave. First of all, you should see the syllabus properly of the UPSC mains examination. Like currently they're providing you syllabus in 4 papers. So what I did, I simply tried to divide these syllabus into certain topics. Like as per my analysis, I would say in UPSC mains examination, they're asking a question from 13 different topics. Like Indian heritage and culture is one topic, under that you're having certain subtopics. Then after that, second one, history of world and society, under that you're having certain, subtopics. Then after that, you're having, things like geography of the world, governance and polity, and then you're having constitution and so on. So in total, what they did, I simply divided the topics in different parts. So if I'm saying that you're having 13 different topics that you need to prepare, like which is the 13th one? 13th one is about the issues of integrity and aptitude. Plus, you also need to prepare one paper of essay, because those people who are not good in terms of writing, they also need to prepare for the essay thing. Plus, one Hindi compulsory paper, because you all are from English medium, so I am very sure that you are not very good in terms of writing Hindi. So you also need to prepare Hindi a bit. Plus, 2 papers you need to prepare for your optional subject. So in total, you are having 17 areas that you need to prepare for the UPSC examination in 1 year. How many days you are having in a year? 365. How many topics are being there? 17. So on an average, you are having around 21 something. That means 3 weeks you are having to prepare 1 area. So imagine you need to cover economics, geography, polity, different topics in 3 weeks, and you also need to revise it later on. Getting my point or not? So understanding the syllabus, understanding the level of question in this examination is most important, I would say. And that you will be able to know when you analyze these 2 things. And then after that, if you have all the topics in your mind, that what kind of topics is being given in my syllabus, so when you read something like any book, any newspaper, any article, you will be able to decide whether I should read it or I should avoid it. Because just by going through the headline, or you can say 1 or 2 paragraphs, you will get to know that this thing is being relevant for my examination or not. If yes, read it further. If no, please leave it. Because currently what happened, whatever you start reading, you keep on reading it without knowing whether it is relevant or not. So please see the syllabus properly, please analyze the last year question paper properly, and then start your preparation. Otherwise, I'm telling you, you will waste a lot of time. Yes or no? So if you need this syllabus or whatever slide I show you, simply you can mark me on my email address. I'll simply forward it to you. That is my email ID, pratikji2001@gmail.com. Okay, simply mail me. I'll send you this syllabus and moreover the slides also. Okay, any question you want to ask, please raise. Otherwise, I'll simply wind up my session and the next session will be start. Yes, sir.
So how much relevant is book written by Ramesh Singh?
Sir, it is not relevant because under that particular book, you are having so many things which is not relevant for examination point of view. So you will waste a lot of time if you study this one. Okay? Sir, optional economics. Okay, do one thing, mail me, I'll send you the list of the books. I have the list, like for macro, I think you have to read about the Kudzianis or the other book. Then there's one more writer from India, our side also. So just send me a mail, I'll send you the list for the paper 1. देखिए सर, अगर आप ये कहें कि कौन सा ऑप्शन स्कोरिंग है यूपीएससी में, तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि ये जो एक हमारा सोचने का तरीका है, शायद वही गलत है. कोई भी ऑप्शन लीजिए आप, सारे स्कोरिंग है. पॉइंट इज अगर आप रेलिवेंट लिख के आएंगे तो ही मार्क्स आएंगे, ये पॉइंट. क्योंकि नॉर्मली होता क्या है, हम यार ऑप्शन ले लेते हैं, फिर जब मार्क्स नहीं आते हम सोचते हैं यार मार्क्स क्यों नहीं है, ये ऑप्शन शायद स्कोरिंग नहीं है. ऐसा नहीं होता है. पॉइंट ये है कि अगर आप लिख के अच्छा आएंगे तो मार्क्स जरूर आएंगे. अब मैं कुछ स्टूडेंट सोचते हैं यार इकोनॉमिक्स ऑप्शनल अच्छा नहीं है, या फिर पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑप्शनल अच्छा नहीं है, कॉमर्स अच्छा नहीं है, बट हर ऑप्शनल में मार्क्स आते हैं. कब आएंगे? रेलिवेंट लिखेंगे, अच्छा लिखेंगे। और पहली बात, चाहे आपका ऑप्शनल सब्जेक्ट हो, चाहे वो आपका जीएस का पेपर हो, ये तो सोच के मत चलिए कि आपको 100% आप उसको अच्छे से अटेम्प्ट कर पाएंगे। कोशिश ये कीजिए कि आप 80% भी अगर उसे अटेम्प्ट कर पाते हैं अच्छे से, तब भी मान के चलिए कि आप बहुत अच्छा कर पा रहे हैं यूपीएससी के अंदर। क्योंकि अगर लास्ट ईयर देखें आप, तो लास्ट ईयर 2250 में से जो आपका सिलेक्शन था वो आई थिंक आपका 870 मार्क्स के आसपास था। सो 40% भी नहीं चाहिए आपको। तो अगर आप 80% अटेम्प्ट कर रहे हैं, इमेजिन कीजिए, और उस 80% को बहुत अच्छा लिख के आ रहे हैं, उसमें आपको सब में 50% मार्क्स मिल रहे हैं, तो सर आप डेफिनेटली पास हो जाएंगे इस एग्जामिनेशन में। पॉइंट समझ पा रहे नहीं पा रहे हैं? तो कभी भी ये मत सोच के चलिएगा कि आपको पूरा पेपर अटेम्प्ट करना है, क्योंकि पूरा पेपर अटेम्प्ट तो सर कोई भी नहीं कर सकता है। क्यों? क्वेश्चंस इनके लेंथी होते हैं और सर सोचना भी पड़ता है, सब कुछ एक बार में आपका सब कुछ साथ साथ चल रहा होता है। ठीक है, तो पॉइंट ये है, जो भी ऑप्शनल लें, चाहे वो आप अपने सब्जेक्ट पर, बेस्ट ऑप्शनल क्या कहूंगा मैं आपको, जो होगा, जो भी आपने पढ़ा है अपने कॉलेज में, उसे लीजिए, क्योंकि उसको प्रिपेयर करने में आपको थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। पर यहीं पे अगर मान लीजिए आप ऑल टुगेदर कोई नया ऑप्शन उठा लेते हैं, फिलॉसफी, ज्योग्राफी, जो आपका सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, तो वहां पे आपको ए से स्टार्ट करके जेड तक जाना पड़ेगा। बट आपके सब्जेक्ट में आप ऑलरेडी एक्स पे हैं, आपको सिर्फ वाई और जेड कवर करना है। कैसे? ये देख के कि क्वेश्चंस का लेवल क्या है, सिलेबस क्या है ऑप्शन के अंदर, और मुझे वो पढ़ना। जैसे मैं आपको बताऊं, व्हेन आई वाज प्रिपेयरिंग, मेरा कॉमर्स ऑप्शन हुआ करता था, और कॉमर्स प्रिपेयर करने में मुझे केवल 12 दिन लगते थे, केवल 12 दिन। कॉलेज में पढ़ाई ठीक ठाक कर ली थी तो सब कुछ आता था, तो बस उस टाइम क्या करते थे, ये देखते थे यार एक बार बस फटाफट से जो कुछ फॉर्मूलेज हैं उनको देख लो, पेपर कराएंगे जाके, ऐसा होता था। एंड आई स्कोर्ड ऑलमोस्ट 390 मार्क्स आउट ऑफ 600 वंस इन माय सिलेबस इन कॉमर्स। 380, 370, 320 ऐसे खूब मार्क्स आए। मार्क्स बहुत आते हैं हर सिलेबस, हर ऑप्शन के अंदर। पॉइंट है आप अच्छा करेंगे तो। ठीक है, और भी क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहेंगे?
बहुत सारे लोग रमेश सिंह को रिकमेंडेड करते हैं, जैसा आपने बताया ड्यू प्रोफेसर की बुक अच्छी है।
हाँ जी,
छोड़ सकते हैं
सर। सर देखिए, जब कोई आदमी बुक लिखता है ना, तो उसका पर्पस क्या होता है, वो सोचता है कि मैं मैक्सिमम चीजें कवर कर लूं। ठीक है, और जब मैक्सिमम चीजें कवर कर लेंगे तो उनमें से अगर एक भी क्वेश्चन कहीं से आएगा तो आप क्या क्लेम करेंगे, मेरी बुक में से क्वेश्चन आया है। अब मेरे जो नोट्स मैं आपको क्लास में दूंगा वो केवल 300 पेज के हैं, केवल 300 पेज के। तो कोशिश क्या की गई कि आप 80% कर पाए। मैं 100% की गारंटी नहीं लूंगा, क्योंकि 100% के चक्कर में रहेंगे तो जो 80% अच्छा कर सकते हैं वो भी बेकार कर देंगे आप। पॉइंट ये है, क्योंकि जब इतने में सिलेक्शन हो रहा है तो आप क्यों बॉदर कर रहे हैं पूरे के पूरे पेपर के लिए। इसलिए जो भी करें बेस्ट करें, अच्छा करें, सिलेक्शन जरूर होगा। ठीक है, यस मैम। मैम देखिए, इकोनॉमिक सर्वे अगर आप पढ़ने की बात करें तो मैं कभी भी क्लास में अलग से नहीं करवाता हूँ। अगर मैं अपना बताऊँ, इकोनॉमिक सर्वे से जो रेलिवेंट होता है वो अपने नोट्स में मैं ऑलरेडी इनकॉर्पोरेट कर लेता हूँ, तो मैं अलग से तो कभी रिकमेंड करता ही नहीं आप उसे पढ़िए। बट हाँ, फिर भी हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट में हम क्या करते हैं, इकोनॉमिक सर्वे के आपके 3 लेक्चर्स होते हैं। जब इकोनॉमिक सर्वे आता है, उन 3 लेक्चर्स के अंदर हम पूरा इकोनॉमिक सर्वे कवर करते हैं विद नोट्स। अगर आप वो कवर कर लेंगे, मोर देन इनफ। इनफैक्ट अगर आप नहीं भी ज्वाइन करते हैं तो हमारे वेबसाइट के ऊपर और यूट्यूब के ऊपर वो तीनों लेक्चर्स फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट अवेलेबल हैं, आप उसमें से देख सकते हैं, आपके उससे कवर हो जाएंगे। ठीक है, चलिए, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। Okay, if you have any doubt, you can mail me here, and moreover, if you need that slide and moreover the syllabus thing, mail me. I'll send it to you. Okay, chaliye, thank you very much and all the very best.
So you are having all the discussions on different area of general studies, and I am here for the science and technology and environment ecology. So you know that the subject requirement is very different, right? So most of the times what happens is that people keep on reading only general science, biology, chemistry, physics and all this area, right? Or let's say environment ecology, mostly geography. But the nature of questions in the examination has changed dramatically. If you look at last 6 years question paper, you'll find a lot of things are there. Let me first give you the areas there. See, paper 1, when you go to paper 1, In paper 1, you have just simply written general science. You don't have anything aspect on technology written. In paper 1, you'll find it is given here, general science, right, this is a part of it, and when you look into mains exam, now let me come to the mains exam, there you have paper 4 and GS 3rd, General Studies 3rd. In GS 3rd, let me write here, you have topics of technology given there. So there what is mentioned, let me first write down here. It's given first is developments in science and technology. You have to be aware of developments in science and technology. Now, UPSC does not define what is development. In what context development comes. So is it a societal development or economic development or security aspect development? So development in science and technology means every aspect. I always keep on saying that science and technology is not only science and technology. You have to link science and technology application to every area of general studies. You'll find in geography also there. You'll find in the case of the economic aspect also there. Social aspect also will come there. Even the cultural aspect also come. Let's say preservation of sample, specimen, right, archaeological aspect. Again, the science and technology comes into that. So you can put in different areas there. Now what I want to bring here, when it's a development in science and technology, one aspect which comes in science and technology is about space technology development. Let's take example here. If I take example here, space science and technology. And I'm very sure you all are following newspaper, you read a newspaper. Just take an example here. If I take example of South Asian satellite, South Asia satellite, which came in the newspaper there. And South Asia satellite is nothing but GSAT-9. If you look at the actual name is GSAT-9. What does GSAT stands for? GSAT stands for geostationary satellite. Not geosynchronous, geostationary satellite. How it was launched? It was launched with the GSLV Mark II, GSLV F09. Now GSLV stands for Geosynchronous Satellite Launch Vehicle. So what I've added here, South Asia Satellite, GSAT-9, and then launched by GSLV F09, Mark II version. Now what is a very important thing from the UPSC point of view? Are you aware of satellite? What is a satellite? What are the applications of satellite? And then comes what? Launch vehicle. Let's say unmanned launch vehicle, what we have PSLV and GSLV. That's one area. What is the next area here? How the scientific development in space technology has happened in the past 50 years. So India started with the development of space technology way back in 60s, right? 1968, ISRO was established, ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, which comes under DOS, Department of Space. And today, India is self-reliant in terms of space technology, which we have built in the last 50 years. So that is what called developments here. When we use the word science and technology development, that comes into that. Let me take another example. You all know about missile, Agni missile, right? Now, particularly here, 1, 2, then we have 3, then 4, now 5, and then 6. Agni missile, right? Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Missile Man of India. And if you look at the developments, so where development comes? Integrated Guided Missile Program, IGMP, 1983. End of 83 and beginning of 84, when Indian government decided that we want to build indigenous missile system in India. And there comes what? Prithvi missiles, Agni missiles, Nag, Trishul, Akash. That is what called developments. And when we read about such developments of missile technology, the reference goes here. Like here, there comes ISRO. And there we have a DRDO, Defense Research Development Organization. That is meaning of developments. Right? Then when you talk about, let me bring out another aspect here. BT cotton, right? BT cotton, right? BT, here what is BT? So what is BT? Bacillus thuringiensis. What is Bacillus thuringiensis? A bacteria, a soil bacterium which contain a gene, right? It contains a gene what is called Cry1AC gene. And what scientists have done today with the help of genetic engineering, or what we call as recombinant DNA technology. This gene from the bacteria has been inserted into plants like cotton or brinjal. Or let's say, you know that you are now following the newspaper, G mustard, genetic engineer, G mustard, right? GM mustard there. Now remember that when you come across the word BT, BT refers to pesticidal or insecticidal effect. Whereas when you use GM, genetic modified, It could be anything. It can be high yield varieties, it can be drought resistant, flood resistant, high temperature tolerant, low temperature tolerant, salinity tolerant, again even biofortified, high nutrition, like that can be plants of that. See, GM mustard, genetic engineering mustard, is not a BT crop. It is a herbicidal. It kills the herbs, unwanted plants. Now where it comes there? So when you talk about this kind of area, so here comes DBT, Department of Biotechnology. Department of Biotechnology was established in 1986, and Department of Biotechnology comes within Ministry of Science and Technology. We have a dedicated Ministry of Science and Technology. Within Ministry of Science and Technology, we have 3 departments. One is Department of Biotechnology. Second comes Department of Science and Technology. And third comes Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. Right? So what I want to bring here that in the mains exam, when the question will be asked, and the questions are developments, you have to know in the past 40, 50 years, okay, what India has led into the progress. Now, whether it can be space technology, can be defense technology, can be biotechnology, can be agriculture technology, earth sciences, nanotechnology, robotics, IT, communication, everywhere. That's what UPSC requires. Now let me provide you that 2016 mains exam. The 2 areas have been asked. Let me bring about this. So in the mains exam, mains 2016, one is that question is on space technology. Space technology development in India and achievements. But what is the challenge there? 200 words. You have to write in 200 words. You can write a lot of things there. We have INSAT system of satellite. We have remote sensing satellite, IRS, where we have Cartosat, ResourceSat, OceanSat. You can write about launch vehicle, PSLV, GSLV. A lot of things are there. What is the challenge? Write in 200 words. Direct question was asked. In terms of what achievements of space technology in India. Right? And another area, let me write here. Second question which came in the exam, that was based on nanoscience and technology mission. Nanoscience and technology mission. Developments in nanoscience and technology. Now what is the question read as that? Why nanoscience and technology is a key technology of 21st century? What is the word here? Key technology of 21st century. And what are the application of this mission, nanotechnology there? And what is the scope in terms of further development in nanoscience and technology? Now that is the advanced area of science and technology, nanomaterials, nanoparticles. And again in newspaper you'll come across many articles on nanotechnology application. Now nanotechnology is all encompassing. It covers every area of science and technology. Let's say nanotechnology and biotechnology, nanobiotechnology. You know the drug delivery, anti-cancer drug, nano gold particles. Then you are aware of nanomaterials used in defense in terms of, let's say, lightweight fighter craft. Just take example, Tejas, light combat aircraft Tejas, is made up of alloys and the metals, carbon composites. So there come lightweight. Then in terms of space technology, in terms of consumer product, let's say computer, now electronics, nanoelectronics have come. So that is what the application comes. But what the question has asked, nanoscience and technology mission there. Now why UPSC asked question in 2016? Why not it was asked in 2013 or 12 there? The reason is that India started with nanoscience and technology mission in the year 2007 and 2017, this year. Completes 10 years of this program. And it comes where? It comes within Department of Science and Technology, DST. You will be aware of a very important scientist of India. He got Bharat Ratna along with Sachin Tendulkar. Right, Dr. or Professor C.N.R. Rao. Professor C.N.R. Rao is the person in charge of nano mission program. Right? That is what called development. I just want to make you aware what is the need of the exam. Right? General science here, you have to be aware in terms of biology. Let's say you need to have biology, chemistry and all this one. But again, if you look at question in the examination, most of the questions are focused on the technological aspect. And again, you'll find static area linked with the current aspect. Government programs. That is what is linked in that part, right? Though you have the scientific aspect which you have to study from where? NCERT book. NCERT book, class 6 to 10th. 10th NCERT you required there. General science. Just to have a basic understanding. Let's say when you read about space technology, you know what is gravity. You know what is an orbit, what is a geostationary. That understanding. When you study about BT cotton or GM mustard, you know what is a DNA, what is RNA, what is a cell, what is a nucleus, what is chromosome. Right? So that you will be able to understand not only genetic engineering, but also what? Cloning or stem cell research. All will come into that. So first what you require? A basic understanding of science. And there you require 6 to 10 standard understanding. You don't have to follow 11th and 12th and all. Then you have to link with this part, which I've written here, development, science and technology. Now what is very important, which I'm writing here, second aspect is that your syllabus has got eminent Indians. There it is mentioned that eminent Indians contributions in science and technology. And you know that we have number of luminaries. Let's take, for example, founding father of space technology, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. Right, I've named Dr. Kalam as a missile man of India. But if we talk about DRDO, establishment, Dr. Raja Ramanna. But book will not give you so much of Raja Ramanna. You'll have the founding father like Dr. Homi Jahangir Bhabha, Atomic Energy Program. Or you'll find Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, ISRO or DOS. Right? But there are other people. You are also aware, Dr. C.V. Raman, Chandrasekhar Venkat Raman, Nobel Prize winning scientist of India. Dr. Raman is that scientist of India who has worked in India, did his research in India, and published his paper through India only, and was recognized with Nobel Prize for Raman's effect. Whereas other Indians with Nobel Prize winning, Indians, they've all gone outside India, like Dr. Hargobind Khurana, in terms of the genetic code. But Hargobind Khurana had the green card. He was American citizen. He moved out of India there, right? Then Dr. Subramaniam Chandrasekhar, related to the family of C.V. Raman. But again, his work was in US, not in India. But we call them because Indian origin is linked with that. But as I said, Dr. Raman, every year we celebrate National Science Day in remembering the Raman's effect, which was done by C.V. Raman. Not the date of birth, right? Date of birth is not there. The day when the Raman's effect was there, right? What is the date of that? 28th February, National Science Day, right? Last year there was a very interesting question in the exam, right? PT question, the man who knew infinity, right? The man who knew infinity. There was a picture also, movie also, right? You know that Dev Patel played the role of the Dr. Ramanujam, that is Subramaniam Ramanujam, eminent mathematician of the country. And the question was very direct, based on which scientists have been said here. The man who knew infinity, and the names have been given. So sometimes question can be in prelims exam also. That kind of question can be asked, right? So you have to be aware of eminent Indians. Now let me move to that. Apart from eminent Indians, what the syllabus says here, I'll write here on the board there. Third aspect from the both prelims and main exam, that is what called indigenization of technology. You have in the syllabus indigenization of technologies. So when you talk about indigenization of technologies, so today whatever technologies we have been now indigenized by our scientific organization, right? We have focused more on indigenization part. Let's say I'll give one good example, very good example. You are aware of cryogenic engine, right? Where we use cryogenic engine? We are using in GSLV, Geosynchronous Satellite Launch Vehicle, right? Upper stage, it is 3-stage rocket. The last upper stage, third stage, is based on cryogenic engine. What cryogenic engine uses? It uses liquid hydrogen at low temperature, 20 Kelvin, and burns with liquid oxygen at 90 Kelvin. But this technology is not Indian. Now we have developed indigenous cryogenic engine, but from where we have got the technology? Russia. And now we have modified it. Like here, missile, I have written Agni, Prithvi. All these missiles were bought from Russia. And then what we did? We indigenized it. What is the meaning of indigenization? Indigenization means when we modify a technology and develop new technology as per the national needs. Whether satellite or rocket or missiles or any kind of biotechnology product or nanotechnology or robotics, everywhere it covers. So here you have to know the examples. You basically can ask question on that case, right? Let me just give you one very good insight there. This is what called cryogenic engine. I have given example. Let me see how many of you are aware of this name Daksh. In what context Daksh comes? They say Daksh. Yes.
Robotics.
Very good. It is a DRDO development of a robotics application to defuse bomb or any hazardous substance. So what is Daksh? Daksh is basically a robot to defuse explosives. And particularly it has cameras there. You can operate Daksh from a distance of 500 meters. You have master control facility, and Daksh can move to the place where you have the such kind of a explosive RFID, radio frequency intensive device. And what Daksh carries? A jammer. It can jam the network. And it contains a water jet disruptor by which the bomb can be taken and diffused. That's what the Daksh has been. From where it has been developed? It has developed through DRDO. Today, 20 Dakshs are being used by Indian Army to fight against insurgency in Northeast India and J&K. Already been used by the Army there. And Army is so happy with this product that wants 100 more to be given to Indian Army by DRDO. So again, what is that? Indigenous. We have developed in India, right? And UPSC can ask you such examples. What is the problem there? Most of such examples given the textbooks are the common examples, right? You will not come across Daksh and all. This only comes from the government reports. Or when you read the scientific organization's annual report, there you comes there. That's what I said. The requirement of science and technology has changed completely. It has become totally different type of approach is required for science and technology, right? So this is just two examples what I've given. Now let's come to the another aspect of syllabus. In the syllabus that is given here, I'm writing the part there, this writes here, it mentioned that this part. What is mentioned there? Developments in few areas have been given. You have to be aware of developments in space, IT, computers, right? Then biotechnology, biotech, nanotechnology, and robotics. This is what is mentioned. But remember that UPSC can ask question other than these areas which are listed. These are just indicative that UPSC can ask question from any of such areas. But UPSC can go into defense also, earth science, agriculture, it can be any other areas. It can be energy also. Let's say, for example, solar power, right? Solar power park or wind technology. That can be part of renewable energy. Their question can be asked. So what is required that for UPSC preparation, first, after going through NCERT books, the general science part, next you have to build on technological part. And it requires three areas. Let me put across here. For preparation of this subject, you require three different things which are requirement there. First requirements for science and technology is that you have to be thorough with the basics and fundamentals. Let's say when you say geostationary, so what is geostationary? Is it a circular orbit, elliptical orbit? What kind of orbit is that? Where it lies? So that all part can be covered. Then second what comes here? Application part. You have to be done with the application parts. Various applications in the field of society. There you have to be aware. Then what comes here third? Current development. You have to link with current developments. So in that case, VISION IAS here, we have here what is called PT 365. Right? You may be all aware of PT 365 for the prelims exam, also for main exam. Right? Both of this comes into that. So what you need to do here is that whatever you are learning from the newspapers, magazine, current aspect, and I'll also add one more area here. You need to be aware with the government aspects linked with technology. Let's say last year, I'll give you a few examples there. UPSC has asked in prelims exam about Astra Dharni. Mission is Astra Dharni. There's a Astra Dharni was asked. INS, there's an Indian naval ship, Astra Dharni. What is Astra Dharni? Torpedo launch and recovery vessel. That comes from DRDO, as I said there. Let's take another example. UPSC has asked question on DigiLocker, digital locker, e-locker, where you can put on the cloud all the documents which can be shared. So DigiLocker was asked in the exam. What UPSC has asked last year in the prelims exam, there's a question of net metering. There's in terms of solar power, two-way distribution. That net metering was asked. Neem-coated urea. That urea neem-coated. So neem-coated urea is for slow release of the nitrogen to the soil. Then UPSC has asked question about Mission Indradhanush, immunization program. So now if you see 4-5 examples I have given. So you have to link with every area of that, every area of technology with the government programs. And that can be the question in the prelims exam. That's what I said. Now there's no more difference if main exam and the prelims exam. Many of the questions are based on that being asked in the exam. This is what the requirement requires, right? So what should be your approach? After learning general science and technological aspect, you have to link with government programs and the current aspect. If you are able to do that, let me assure you, मैं पूरे assurance के साथ कहता हूँ कि आपके क्वेश्चन छूटेंगे नहीं. क्योंकि अब कोई एक पर्टिकुलर सोर्स नहीं रह गया है, आपको अलग अलग तरीकों को मिला कर करना है. यहाँ विजन आईएएस का थोड़ा अलग अप्रोच है. हियर द साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी क्लास विच इज हेल्ड हियर, इट इन सच अ वे दैट you get all the inputs which are lacking other places. Most other institutes, what they do, they teach you science, general science, all static areas they'll cover. At the same time, technology again, all the static areas. Dynamic approach is lacking. And where UPSC is asking question? From dynamic approach. Right, that is what is the requirement of the subject is there. And you'll be getting that part in the classroom there. When the topic starts there, you'll find in that case. Right. Now, apart from that, what I want to bring here, this is a science and technology, what requires the requirement there. Another very important subject which has become so prominent in the exam last 6 years, students are very much worried about it. Because again, questions are now asked from, again, different sources, environment and ecology, environmental part there. And it's very obvious. Why it is very obvious? Every now and then in the newspaper you read something on the environment. I'll just give you one good example. Tomorrow, 22nd May, is celebrated as World Day on Biodiversity, International Day on Biodiversity. And you'll come across a number of aspects of biodiversity. So I've used the word what? Biodiversity. Right? Then you know NGT, National Green Tribunal, number of judgment, number of cases which goes that. Just one example, diesel vehicle. To remove the diesel vehicle which are more than 10 years old from Delhi. It has come in the newspaper, National Green Tribunal. Then you know Yamuna Biodiversity Park, Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. Right? Fine was imposed on Art of Living, that they have to pay the fine to the government there for violation in terms of Yamuna Biodiversity Park, Yamuna, what was that? World Cultural Festival. That was part of that, right? So you'll come across NGT several times. Then you know about that biodiversity part, birds, threatened species. So let me write here. When you talk about environment ecology, what is the requirement here? If you look at the subject requirement, prelims exam, first I'm going to prelims exam. What the paper one says? That you have to be aware of, one is that environmental ecology. You have to be aware of environmental ecology. You have to know about environmental ecology. Now what UPSC is asking question? Let's say ecosystem. Concept on ecosystem. I'll write here. Ecological system or ecosystem. And you all are aware that food chain, food web, ecological pyramid, then you know community interaction, symbiosis, then commensalism, amensalism. There's one area where question is asked. And the last 5 years, there have been questions asked on food chain, food web. Like UPSC has asked question, diatoms, crustaceans, herring. So what is correct sequence there? Diatoms are what? Phytoplanktons. Here the word comes phytoplanktons. They are the producers of marine oceans and all this. Fed by crustacean. And herring is what? Herring is a fish. Will the textbook will give you this example? Textbook has example what? Grass eaten by deer, deer eaten by tiger. This is what you find. You'll not find example diatoms, crustacean, herring. Will you find that? No. So why UPSC is asking that question? Again linked with something on current aspect. Right? But static area you have to be aware of that. Apart from that, what comes here? The concept of biodiversity, biological diversity, different forms of flora and fauna, which you find in the natural ecosystems. And this topic of biodiversity is very vast. You should know the definition of biodiversity, importance of biodiversity, threats to biodiversity. At the same time, what is required here? Conservation of biodiversity. You have how conservation of biodiversity comes. So there in that case, if you look at here, so I'm putting across one very important part, threatened species. So you are aware of IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature. And IUCN comes with red data book, right? And Indian red data book. Let's say, for example, I'll give you example, pygmy hog, right? Where do you find pygmy hog? Pygmy hog, not many people will be aware of this name. Mostly you are aware of gharial, right? Critically endangered. Pygmy hog is the smallest pig of the world and found in Assam. It is a critically endangered mammal. And there, you know, there's a place you all are aware, Manas National Park, Manas Biosphere Reserve. There we have the breeding program for the pygmy hog also. Near to Manas, there's a place called Nameri, which is also a conservation area. So I'll just give you an example. Then you are aware, last year there is a question about hornbill. It's a bird, hornbill bird. Where do you find? Rainforest, tropical forest. And question was asked, where in India Great Indian hornbill is found? So where you find there? South India. and also in the Northeast India, right? Nagaland, you know, Hornbill Festival comes. What UPSC asks question there? Kharai camel. Now, Kharai camel, you will not find any textbook there. What is Kharai camel? It's a breed of camel which can swim in the sea water. It feeds on the mangroves, graze on the mangroves, right? Where do you find? Saurashtra, Kutch, Gujarat. And question was asked, but that will not be the part of books. Books will give you gharial or let's say snow leopard or tiger or elephant, other names. Kharai camel came from the current aspect. So that is, you have to link in that case, right? Apart from that, what I said here, you have to be aware of the conservation part. Now conservation part, let me add here. Let me write here the one word, hotspot. Biodiversity hotspots. What is a hotspot? Is a conservation area, biogeography area, rich in biodiversity, linked with two concepts. One is that endemism, endemic type of plants and animals, particularly in terms of vascular plants, 1,500 plants. And also what? Threatened. 70% of loss has happened in the past. Who gave the concept? Dr. Norman Myers. When he gave the concept? 1988. So that kind of questions are linked in the exam. And what is question asked? Based on geography, okay, how many biodiversity hotspots are there in India? So how many are there in India? 4 are there, right? Let me come. One is Western Ghats, second is Himalayas, Western Eastern Himalayas. Third comes what? Northeast India. And fourth comes Andaman Nicobar. Sunda land, it's called Sunda land biodiversity hotspot. Then what comes here? You are aware of the national parks, sanctuaries, and apart from national parks and sanctuaries, what we have in India? Biosphere reserve. And what you learn from the static areas there? From the static area, what you come across, that is a, let me bring about that, in situ conservation, ex situ conservation. What is in situ? Same place. What is ex situ? Outside. But I have given few examples there that can be questioned in the exam. Which of the following is in situ conservation of plants? Not an in situ conservation plant. About national park, about biosphere reserve. Right? So this comes under biogeography. Now let me add one more area here. Apart from that, if you come across, I am writing here wetlands. And there you will come across one word there. There is the Ramsar Convention. Ramsar. Ramsar in Iran, 1971. Conservation, protection of wetlands. And 2014 paper, there are so many questions on wetlands. Montreux record, right, in terms of protecting those kind of wetlands which are under threat. UPSC has asked question on that, right? You know about Loktak Lake, there's named Loktak Lake, very famous lake in Manipur, which is known for dancing deer, Sangai, state animal of Manipur. And there's one floating park, Kibul Lamjao National Park. All these have been asked in the exam, right? UPSC has asked the question there. So what I want to say, again in environment ecology you require basic understanding, right? And the sources are very varied. Now let me add here second thing. Second part what comes here, environmental pollution. And you are aware of the term here, let's say I'll add here term acid rain. Right? Simple question asked in the exam. What causes acid rain? Oxides of nitrogen and sulfur. Right? Sulfur and nitrogen one, right? But it is not only acid rain, you know, photochemical smog. Smog is two types, classical smog, winter smog, and photochemical smog. There the question has been asked. Then you know, pollutant in groundwater, whether nitrates or fluorides or uranium, that has been asked in the exam. Not only groundwater pollutants, but also UPSC is asked on e-waste. What contains the e-waste? Every year in the prelims exam, you will find a question linked with the pollution part. At the same time, main exam. In the main exam, you have to write about government programs, policies. And you are aware of that. Namami Gange Pariyojana, Namami Gange project, cleaning of river Ganga. So you, that recalls one very important song. Ram Teri Ganga Mali Ho Gai, right? Papiyo ke paap dho de dote. That is the thing there, but that is a sarcastic way. What is very important there? Ganga is a lifeline of North India. Gangetic plain is very important, fertile plain. And what is very important there? The threat to the river Ganga, pollution aspect. Again comes here, sewage, industrial effluents. And the program is very old, it's not the new one. The program has started in Ganga Action Plan in 1985 during Rajiv Gandhi government. And now with the current government has given Namami Gange, has made some kind of changes there. Cleaning of river Ganges and all this. So what is not only river, there can be for what? Air, like question was asked in 2015 exam. Why there is a problem regarding air quality in Delhi not in Mumbai, Kolkata, and Chennai. There's main exam question, 200 words. Why it was asked in 2015? Because 2015, Mr. Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party, right? He started with what? Odd even numbers. There was in Delhi, saw the odd even numbers. And 2 times it was there, right? So UPSC, instead of asking odd even number, asked why there's a problem of air quality in Delhi, not in Mumbai, Chennai, and Kolkata. And last year prelims exam, there is a question on AQI, Air Quality Index. What all gases are there? Gases present in air quality index? Carbon monoxide, not carbon dioxide. Then nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, ozone, and which is another gas? AQI, air quality index, ammonia, not methane. So that is what's question in the exam, right? So that's what I'm saying, that you have to know the static area also, concept. But again, you have to link with government programs, current aspect. Now let me add the third area. What is third area here? Climate change. You will find that question asked on climate change. Global warming, climate change. Greenhouse gases, greenhouse effect, global warming, impacts of climate change. That they again find 2-3 questions. But what UPSC is asking? Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreement, and last year there was question INDC, Intended National Determined Contribution. UPSC has asked question on what? Green Climate Fund, GCF. All these are linked with the international aspect of climate change, which the questions have been asked. So remember that 25 questions are being asked from the area of environmental ecology every year. And it is going to be there. Why it is going to be there? Because Indian Forest Service has now become common prelims exam with the Indian Civil Service. So that's why the environmental questions have become more. And again, you know, current aspect, when you read newspapers and all this area comes there, right? And science and technology, general science you'll find 3 to 4 questions. Technology area you'll find again around 15 to 20 questions. So if I say, let's say, instead of 25 questions there, if let's say very moderate out of 100 questions, if UPSC balance the paper, so minimum 10, 15 questions will be there. Because every subject will have minimum 10 to 15 questions. So let's say 15 questions from science and technology, 15 from environment. So 30 questions comes from there. And then you add geography. If you add geography there, let's again take 15 questions. So if you do this subject properly, so you are almost of the 40% of syllabus part you are assured, which you can do that. And I'll tell you that it is nothing that you require a science background. One of the scariest thing comes that I don't have a science background. I come from commerce background, humanities background. How I can understand all these terms and concepts is not there. UPSC is asking very basic understanding school level, general science. And whatever technology areas, again, UPSC is not asking rocket science. You don't have to design a rocket there or write about the rocket science technology there. Right? Newton ka kapre nahi khod rahe wahan par. You should know the normal concept and application. What is your target? To become an IAS officer. So an IAS officer should have scientific temperament. Should know how the technology comes in societal application part. That comes there, right? Now what I want to bring here, the sources. Whatever I've mentioned that, if you look at the previous year question papers and all, you have to first follow NCERT, which I mentioned, and you require one technology book. So remember that book is just 30% of the job. Mostly you have to follow from the current perspective and all those parts, but if you don't know the static area, you will not be able to understand current aspect. So static area required there. There's a book in the market, several books are there. One book you'll find that Science and Technology TMH book is there, Tata McGraw-Hill's. Right, there's one book is there, you'll find a book there. Then you know that there are other publishers. आज market में कमी नहीं है, किताब तो भरे हुए हैं, बहुत सारे books हैं. You have so many books there. Problem क्या होता है, बहुत मोटी किताबें भी होती है. Why, as your previous teacher has said, Pratik has said that, why there is bulky book? Because they cover everything so that they can claim, okay, my questions have come from my book. That's what they're. You require a crisp book, right? So there is one book is there, but I'll suggest my book also there. You'll find Nachiketa's Science and Technology also there. And what I've done is that I have added as per the relevance of the exam, with all the dynamic aspect there. So you have government programs also there. Mains exam, one of the things is that lacking in the book is that main exam perspective is very less. But I've given the main exam perspective, that current aspect. Then previous year question papers, solved papers, that part is there, right? Now environment ecology, you all know that name, Shankar, yes, right? That green book, but now it has become red in color, right? revised edition has come. See, those of you have already that book, Shankar IAS, but remember that that is a, now new book has come, but content is the same. There's simply revised edition, cover has been changed, so don't buy that, right? पता चला 350 रुपये और खर्च कर दिए, फिर बाद में रो रहे हैं यार ये सेम चीज़ है क्या, मैंने 350 रुपये दे दिए, फिर आपको किसी और को बेचना होगा, वो दूसरा आपका दोस्त जो है बोलेगा नहीं 200 रुपये रख लो, right? So one book is that, हाँ, I'll come. नहीं, हाँ, मैं वही आ रहा था. That is a guide book. Many of the students are not happy with that book, Shankar IAS. एक तो बहुत बल्कि है, and all facts, too much facts. And what is there? After 2012, it is not updated. And very tragedy is that I went and saw that book there, revised edition, they have not changed. So that is also a big problem there. So what you can do, you can download from NIOS. There's a National Institute of Open Schooling. Just simply Google there, NIOS Environment Module. And you have both in Hindi and English both. There's a module there. Very comprehensive, as compared to NCERT, very comprehensive one. Is NIOS there. You follow this NIOS material there, you can download there. That covers every aspect of that. Apart from that, what you can do, NCERT, you have NCERT class 12th biology. Class 12th bio, you have last unit. Right, you have 4 chapters there, unit number 10 on environment, basic concept on environment. Then you have to link with what you read in newspapers, magazine, current aspect there. Right? And when you come to Vision IAS here, there you will be getting all those kind of input. That's why sometimes classroom program becomes very important, because you know the approach and you know how to solve the question in exam relevance there, right? नहीं तो पढ़ने के लिए तो बहुत कुछ है. There are a lot of things are there. NIOS is very good for both mains exam and PT exam. That part you can follow there, right? So that is one thing, and very soon I'm also having one book in the market there. I'll become a writer of 2 books there. You have environment ecology, और मैंने कलर निकाला है, क्योंकि जब कलर बुक होता है ना तो बड़ा अंदर गुड फील गुड फैक्टर होता है. When you see an animal like hangul, or let's say gecko, or let's say Irrawaddy dolphin, or when you say turtles like olive-rated turtles, so that gives it there. So that is also there. So don't worry about it. The subject requires the thing which you will be comfortable. Here, that's what I said. That depends upon the faculty who delivers the content and how it is made as an exam perspective very well, right? So that is the thing what I try to make it in the Vision IAS. Things are there, right? You'll have audio, visual, previous year questions also there. Then how the approach has to be there. This all is developed, right? So with that, I'll end up here, since other faculties are also there who will take the session here. Now, if you have any queries, you can ask me there. Any kind of queries and all. So how many of you have appeared in the exam previous year? No, you are planning for the next year. You have enough time, right? And you'll get every aspect of that, right? So there, I'll give if you have any kind of thing there, you can always approach Vision IAS. Vision IAS is always there for solving any doubt, any kind of query there. And things are there, and you just start with general science reading right now, so that when you come for the classes here, you have all those things prepared background also there. And then based on the 18th June exam, you'll also get an insight of that, what exactly the questions are there, how the levels of questions are there, right? So that's what you require. So don't worry about scientific aspect and technological thing and environmental aspect. This all will be made easier in the classroom there. How many of you come from engineering background? Science engineering background? They are there. That's what I said. People come from diverse background. So you will not have any problem in that case, right? So I'll stop here. Any question you have, then you can ask me. No questions there? Okay. So if you want to ask, I'll say, give me there. My email ID is neeraj.nachiketa@gmail.com. Right? So if you have any query, you can get there about the syllabus, about the questions, about the things there. I'll help you out there. Right? All right. So I'll stop here, and we'll very soon meet there. Right? Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Dr. Jayesh Khaddar. I'm from the School of International Studies and the Center for Study of Law and Governance, JNU. I have a master's in political science and international relations and a PhD in public policy. So what I'll be doing with you is, I'll be talking to you about modern Indian history, world history, a bit of in brief about art and culture, and also about ancient Indian history. So we'll not take too much time, we'll just stick to roughly 25-30 minutes. And what I'll not be doing in this class is discussing questions with you. Okay, in 30 minutes, I don't think it makes sense for a beginner to, when I start jumping onto questions. But what I want to do is just probably point out the major themes that you should not miss out when you're preparing, and also importantly, what not to do in history. Okay, so because a part of UPSC preparation, you know, is to know which books to read and all of that, but you can get that easily online as well, and maybe talk to somebody and she can also tell you that. But the major point is to know what not to do, because what not to do is what people figure out after giving 1 or 2 attempts. So wisdom dawns upon, you know, people over a period of time. Then they realize कि यार इसकी कोई ज़रूरत ही नहीं थी. I was needlessly wasting my time. So probably you should be in a position to figure out what is something that you should not spend your time on. So I'll be talking specifically about history and culture and stick there. So the first thing what we can see is a brief distribution of weightage of what all things in history are there and what is the weightage for which examination. So you have modern Indian history, it comes in prelims as well as the mains examination, right? In prelims, out of say a total question of 15 or 16 questions, which includes the whole of modern Indian history, ancient history, medieval history and art and culture, that together gives some 15, 16 questions, okay. The modern Indian history portion gives somewhere around 7 to 8 questions out of these 15, 16. So it's roughly 50% of what you get in your prelims examination, okay. So that's roughly 7 or 8 questions out of 100. So 7 or 8% of your questions are coming from modern Indian history. And in the mains examination, you have paper 1, which is 250 marks. Out of this paper 1, which is 250 marks, roughly 70 to 80 marks is what you get from the whole of history, okay? And out of the 70 to 80 marks, roughly what you get is 3 or max 3 to 4 questions from modern Indian history, okay? So the 70-80 marks also includes questions from world history, post-independence history and art and culture. So it's a very, you know, thinly scattered thing. If you're preparing for some 7 or 8 questions and in your mains examination, and in the mains examination, you don't just have Indian history, but you have world history as well, right? So in the mains examination, this course is more thinly scattered. The difference between the prelims and the mains examination is that in the prelims examination, there's no world history, there's no post-independence history. In the mains examination, there is everything that is there in the prelims examination, plus world history and post-independence history. So what the first thing that you understand is that the syllabus is very thinly scattered, meaning you have to read a lot, but it isn't going to convert into a separate paper. History ka koi separate paper nahi hai. GS paper 1 has history, has geography, has social issues, right? So it's a syllabus which is wide in its reach, and so one of the things that students often grapple with is ki why should I study so much when I'm going to get so few questions out of it. There are times, if you see in the past 4 years question papers, one of the first things to do when you start preparing is look at the past 4 years question papers, both the prelims and the mains, and not go beyond that either in the prelims or in the mains. If you look at the past 3 or 4 year question papers, what you will find is that both in the prelims and in the mains examinations, specifically in the mains examination mostly, there are times when there is either one question from post-independence history, or at times no question from post-independence history. The next year there are 2 questions from post-independence history, but only 1 question from world history. So because they have so many things to juggle and a 70-80 mark width to distribute the questions, they often change. 1 year they will give questions from world history, next year from post-independence history, the 3rd year again from world history, this kind of a random distribution. But what remains constant in that is that there is always 2 to 3 questions at least from modern Indian history. So first important thing is that you should know how to prioritize what you're doing in history. Modern Indian history will fetch you questions undoubtedly year on year, both in prelims as in mains. So this is something that you should first focus upon. It's relatively easy to do also, and it's definitely asked without fail. World history, post-independence history is often asked with some amount of randomness, but this is asked with a certain degree of certainty. So this has to be your first focus area. The next thing that you look at, say now you look at world history. What you get it is only in the mains examination, and you may get 2 to 3 questions year on year varying. Okay. Now why I'm telling you this is because it's first important for you to know that within history what is the breakup of different areas, and then devise your strategy of what to focus upon and how to focus upon. It should not happen कि आप एक तरफ से ancient history उठाया, फिर medieval उठाया, फिर modern Indian history उठाया. There is no reason why you should be doing that. You're preparing for the exam says that the most easily doable and one which will give you the surest return is modern Indian history. Okay. Then world history is there, but what is also there, and that is an interface of both art and culture plus ancient history. Now one can talk about them separately as well, but one can broadly group them together as well. Okay, why I personally think one should not, separate these two and study them separately, because ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि they'll mention this is the art and culture question, this is the ancient history question. The same thing about Buddhism and Jainism can also be termed as a culture-based question. It can also be termed as an ancient history question. So there's no need to break your head too much कि art and culture अलग से पढ़ना है, ancient history अलग से पढ़ना है. Probably the better way is to read them together. We'll talk about each of them separately as well, but this is the broad breakup. Now within ancient history, what you find is that it comes both in the prelims as well as in the mains examination. In the prelims examination, again you will find at least 4 to 5 questions year on year from this portion out of 100. So, and in the mains examination also, you can roughly expect some 2 questions, around 2 questions a year. Okay. The problem with art and culture and ancient history is that at times, in the prelims, either the questions are very simple. If you know the basics of that subject, you can do it. Specifically in the mains in the past 4 years, they've asked questions from art and culture, which are very analytical and at times difficult to, do. Okay, so this is one part of history which is repeatedly in the past 4 years has thrown up those kind of questions which are relatively difficult to do. In the prelims, the nature of the question is easier. For example, in the prelims, they will ask you about which of the following statements about Buddhism or the principles of Buddhism are true. They'll give 3 statements, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That's doable. What becomes problematic is when they start comparing Buddhism and Jainism. Why did Buddhism thrive? Why did Jainism not thrive? So such comparative questions they ask in the mains examination. So that means that the mains examination requires a relatively different kind of focus on the same subject. It is not just important for you to know the principles of each of the aspects, say about the 4, say about separately about Buddhism, separately about Jainism, separately about temple architecture, okay? But also important to see and compare. Why is it that a certain form of temple architecture has thrived while the others have not? For example, a question in 2016 mains examination was that when you look at the rock cut architecture, the rock cut architecture is superior to paintings. Do you think so? Critically analyze. Okay? And in terms of detail. Now these are kind of questions which cannot be done merely by a superficial reading. It is unlikely that you can do them. So the nature of difficulty, if the questions that they are asking from here is high. The nature of difficulty that questions that they're asking from here is very low. One of the reasons also why this happens is because we are more familiar with modern Indian history, okay? And this is the area that we are relatively less familiar with. So in terms of effort, this is the area that demands more effort, okay? This is the area that demands less effort but gives a better result. But nonetheless, nobody is saying that you don't need to focus on this and you need to focus on this. You need to do both. But this is an area which should be done a bit later once you have done this. Okay. Now we'll come to individual, all of them. The next is post-independence history. This is relatively very easy to do. We'll talk about it as the last. And nonetheless, is also relatively the least important one as well, because it throws the least number of questions. Because anyways, post-independence period, the things that they can ask are relatively few in number. That's the reason also. Now, we'll talk about each of them separately and also probably a bit about the kind of pattern of questions that they ask rather than seeing questions, okay? And also what sources you need to refer to each of them. Now, if you look at, say, if you look firstly at modern Indian history, which relatively easier to do and is the most important thing. What you don't need to do firstly in modern Indian history is remember names and dates. They do not ask questions in the prelims or in the mains examination on names and dates. Nobody asks those questions, which year, which particular incident happened, okay? So there is no need. You just need to have a rough idea. Even if you don't remember that the non-cooperation movement happened in 1921, you just know it happened somewhere in early 1920s. That's enough. Nobody will ask in the prelims or in the mains examination, when did non-cooperation movement start, when did it end? Or about any specific historical date, nobody asks those kind of questions. But what kind of questions they ask, that's important to know. Now, when you look at the kind of questions they ask in the prelims examination, these are questions which revolve around certain key issues. When I say these, what are these key issues? We'll come to it in a minute, but these are areas from which you see in the past 5 years, they've repeatedly asked from these issues only questions in the prelims examination. What are these issues? Now, in the prelims examination, what they're asking in these key issues, for example, you can divide this into a period and it will be useful for you. What you can do is you can probably write down these issues with me, because at least in your prelims examination, you will find direct questions from these areas itself. Even for the coming exam the next month, you will see that there are questions, 101% which will come from this area itself. Now, if you look at the prelims thing for your modern Indian history, what you find, what they focus on is certain British government initiatives or the laws that they introduced, okay? Questions in the past 5 years have been asked on the Elbert Bill, on the Rowlatt Act, twice in the past 5 years, once in the past 5 years, can be repeated again. Question in the prelims examination has been asked on the Vernacular Press Act, twice. Or also on something which is equally important, and they are the reforms or constitutional reforms that had been introduced by the British government. Repeatedly they ask questions on this. There are other important ones also, but I'm just telling you the most important ones. These are the areas that you should know when you're going out to read. See, the problem with history is that when you start reading it and you pick up an NCRT or a Bipin Chandra, it's like a sweet story. Chal rahi hai kahani. Ye hua, fir ye hua, fir ye hua, fir ye hua, aur fir hum azad ho gaye. Whether we get independence or not is another matter. The point is you should know from where the question is going to come, what kind of question is going to come, and then read the text. That is what I say is wisdom with which you read the text. It is one thing to know the subject. It's one thing to be a historian. It's another thing to read it from the perspective of the examination. What often happens to students is that they think that I am a hard-working student. This is the book. I'll read the book and I'll attempt the answers and the examination I'll achieve. That's, in an ideal world, that's how it should happen. But in a world where people have written the exam before, they know what is the area which is important. So they read with a very limited view and still score more. You read a voluminous text, आपने underline कर लिया, सब कुछ कर लिया. Now, one day before the exam or a week before the exam, you want to revise. You pick up the whole book and you think कि मैं इसको 2 घंटे में कर लूँगा, but you cannot. You spend the whole day and you're still not able to revise. So you're reading even today. You know, the first reading itself should happen before reading any topic, whether it's history or any subject. The first thing that you should know is what are the important areas. That's the first step to know. Then you read, mark and selectively make notes so that you can use it to revise. If you are reading with the understanding कि पहली reading तो अभी मैं feel ले रहा हूँ, दूसरी में मैं underline करूँगा, तीसरी के बाद मैं notes बनाऊँगा, वो कभी नहीं होगा.
Okay, and in UPSC, if you're reading anything once, it's important to understand, don't waste your time if you think that you will read once and you'll remember. If you're not going to read thrice, you'll not remember. If you think कि आप एक बार या दो बार पढ़ के revise भी you can reproduce it in the exam, especially in the mains examination, will not happen. You just have 8 minutes to write an answer. 8 minutes to write an answer can happen only when you know what you need to write beforehand. It isn't that you sit in the answer paper, in the examination, in the mains examination, and then think of an answer. कि ये question पूछा है, अब मेरा क्या viewpoint है इस पे? No, your viewpoint has to be prepared before you go into the exam. And that happens when you know that these are the important areas that are there. So knowing the important areas is the first prerequisite. Now, in terms of certain reform initiatives that the British government introduced, or what were constitutional reforms, are essentially important. What are these constitutional reforms? There are other ones which are important as well, but at least the Morley-Minto reforms of 1909, the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms of the Government of India Act of 1919, the Government of India Act of 1935. Repeatedly every year there is at least one question in the prelims examination from these three. And what is the question that they'll ask? They do not ask that who introduced the Morley-Minto reforms or in which year they were introduced. They'll say the Morley-Minto reforms were introduced in 1909. Which of the following statements about the Morley-Minto reforms are correct or incorrect? That it introduced separate electorates, it gave official majority for the first time. They'll give 2 or 3 statements and they'll tell you which of the following statements is correct or incorrect. So these are some important areas. But apart from it, another important areas from which they ask questions repeatedly in your modern Indian history section is important Congress sessions. What are these Congress sessions which are extremely important? Again, you will find questions. Repeatedly, thrice in the past 5 years, they've asked questions from one of these sessions. The 1906 session, where the call for Swaraj was given, was an important session. 1907 session, the Surat split of the Congress was an important session. Then you find the 1929 session of the Congress, that was an important session. Then, apart from this, the Nagpur session of 1920 is also a relatively less important, but nonetheless an important session, and also 1931 Karachi session. From these 5 sessions, what they ask is, for example, one of the questions that was asked was that what was the reason for the Surat split of Congress of 1907, and they gave 4 options, you just had to choose one. Okay? Or they'll ask that in what they ask is, what is the significance? This is the question that they've asked again and again. What is the significance of the Lahore session of the Congress which was held in 1929? And then they give options that here the call was given for the first time for Swaraj, here the call was given for the first time for Purna Swaraj, etc. So the call was given here for the first time for Purna Swaraj. Even this specific line they've asked twice in the past 5 years. So if you know areas, it's very easy for you to revise. Dekhiye, this is the point. Any person who's written the examination twice or thrice diligently with hard work, if you tell them, and this is what they do, it's not, what happens is कि जब आप mains examination लिख रहे होते हैं, on the first day you have paper 1 and 2, फिर either if there is a gap, you're lucky. If there is not a 1 day gap, then the very next day you have paper 3 and 4. How do you revise? A day before the examination, what do? Do you go and watch Bahubali? No. You sit back and you revise. But how do you revise in 1 day when you have to do geography also, history also, art and culture also, polity also, international relations in 1 day? Next day, after 6 hours of answer writing, you have to revise again so that you can write the answers. That happens when you know the areas. If you don't know these areas, you're probably going to waste your time. If you know these areas, you'll just revise them and go for the exam, expecting that most of the questions will be from these areas. What one cannot predict in the UPSC examination is the question. But what one can predict is the area from which the question will come. Okay? So that's why I'm not discussing specific questions, but I'm telling you which areas are important. One more important area, and even I'm telling you, just see the examination which will be held the next month in the prelims paper. Another area from which you will get repeated questions in your prelims examination from modern Indian history is one of these things. One is the Nehru report of 1928. What were the important points made in the Nehru report of 1928? Another important things which they'll ask again from one of them is the August offer that the British gave to India, okay, in 1940, the August offer 1940. Then the Cripps mission of 1942. Then the Wavell plan of 1945, and then the cabinet mission plan 1946 and the Mountbatten plan 1947. One of the questions asked in the prelims examination in 2015 was this, that the Quit India movement was launched due to the failures of which mission? The four options was the August offer, the Cripps mission, the Wavell plan, the cabinet mission plan. It's a very easy question. The answer to that is the Cripps mission. So if you just know these missions also and which came after whom and what was the reason, what was the promise that was made in each of these missions, you can definitely solve a number of questions which come in the prelims examination. For example, they asked a question that the Boundary Commission appointed for the partition of India and for India and Pakistan's partition was appointed under the Mountbatten plan by whom, or who was the person who was appointed? Radcliffe, Cyril Radcliffe was there. So they ask even simple questions from these areas itself. Now that's about the prelims examination, but the mains examination approaches things very differently. Okay, and that's why I say the nature of the prelims examination and the mains examination is very qualitatively different. Okay, you will find some people जो आंख बंद करके भी जाते हैं prelims में, लेकिन 20-30 नंबर ऊपर कट ऑफ से हमेशा, लेकिन मेंस में they often struggle. This is because the nature of the questions they ask in the prelims and the mains is very different. You need a different approach for modern Indian history when you're studying for the mains examination. What is that? What is that is that you need to, firstly, there are some areas which are different from prelims which are important in modern Indian history. First is this topic, and that is women. Women anyway is a topic which is important for UPSC. Okay, anyways it is important, but for the mains examination in the past 5 years, thrice they've asked on the question on just one thing, and that is the contribution of women in the Indian freedom struggle, but in different ways. The area has remained the same, but they have asked different questions. This year, they asked the question that discuss the contribution of women in the Gandhian phase of the freedom struggle. Okay, so what kind of question? They've asked questions once on each of these areas. They've asked the question on the contribution of women in the militant phase of the freedom struggle. Militant meaning those women who picked up arms. They've asked a question on the contribution of women associations. And how did these women associations contribute to the freedom struggle? They've asked the question, for example, this year, on the contribution of women to the non-violent freedom struggle under the Gandhian period. And the fourth thing that they can ask is, in general, a contribution of women to the Indian freedom struggle. Okay, and women related topic any year, every year there will not go a single year where they will not ask a question on women, either in paper 1, 2, 3, 4 or in the essay. Essay topic, 2 questions in your mains examination this year were on women. One was on contribution of women in the Gandhian phase of freedom struggle in paper 1. An essay topic was there on women, that unless growth is engendered, it will be endangered. Every year they have to ask this question. Okay, so something or other on women. So it's another high value area. It applies to history as well. Apart from this, what they also have started asking twice in the past 4 years is a comparison of the political views, ideologies and strategies of key freedom fighters. Okay, what are these? For example, they've asked a question about the comparison of Gandhi and Ambedkar in 2015. We gave a question in the test series for 2016 and that appeared in the mains examination as well, and that was Gandhi and Bose. One probable future that I think can come is a comparison of Gandhi and Tagore. So this is another important area from the mains examination that they repeatedly will focus upon. Okay, and it's easily doable if you know that you need to prepare these areas well. Another important area from which question will come in the mains examination in the future is the period from 1700 to 1857. Often when we read history, we do not focus on this area. This has been newly added in your syllabus since the last time the syllabus changed, okay? They've asked a couple of questions from this area, but often most students 1857 से ही चालू करते हैं, okay? So 1857 is also an important topic which has been asked repeatedly in your mains examination, including this year. And including last year, they asked questions on the significance of 1857 and the consequences of 1857. There's a question this year as well. But apart from this, the period of 1700 to 1857 is especially important only from mains examination, unlikely to be asked in the prelims examination, but definitely important here. Here, the decline of Mughals is important, the Battle of Plassey and the Battle of Buxar, and similarly about the decline of Marathas, and also about Mysore. These Mughals, Marathas, Mysore, and probably Hyderabad as well. These are important, 4 important things in this period that you need to talk about. Now, apart from this, okay, I don't have much time to go into further detail than that because we have to talk about other things as well. Last thing that I want to talk to you, because I'm linking world history here itself, what they've started doing in the past 4 years is, since world history came into syllabus, see, the mindset of the examiner is simple. He or she wants to ask maximum thing in one question. That is why you will see UPSC के एक question के हमेशा at least 2 parts होते हैं, right? So what they've started doing is they've started linking Indian history with world history and asking questions in a comparative format. Okay, for example, what was the impact of the Russian Revolution on the Indian freedom struggle? So in that same question, I'm asking you about Russian Revolution, about Indian freedom struggle also, and linking both of them together. A similar kind of question and these are the kind of questions they're asking these days. Okay, this is a question that was asked. Another kind of question that they can ask is, for example, in post-independence, and this links post-independence to world history. For example, in post-independence period, Patel was one of the principal architects of integrating the princely states, right? So a question that can be asked is that to what extent the policies of Patel for reintegration of princely states in India fare when compared to the policies of Bismarck in the reunification of Germany. So what they're asking is कि Bismarck ने Germany के reunification के लिए क्या किया, and what are the policies and how are they similar or different to that? Okay. Another thing that they can ask, again links world history and Indian history. When you will read Indian history, you'll see that World War I and World War II both have had a huge impact on Indian freedom struggle. Okay, so another question that can be asked future in the mains examination is again in this area, that discuss the impact of key international events on the Indian freedom struggle. So they are linking these things in the mains examination. So in the prelims examination, it's easier to prepare, इसमें ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं है. In the mains examination, the things become more complex because of more comparisons that they're bringing in, and the kind of comparative thinking that they're bringing in the examination. That way it becomes a bit more difficult to handle. Okay, so that is why the mains requires a more analytical approach, a more comparative approach, linking different issues together. The prelims requires a factual approach, but the factual approach does not mean names or dates. That is what not it means. Now, apart from this, let's briefly talk about art and culture, because I want to talk about that in a greater detail. Now, art and culture, certain important areas are important again. I'll just point out some 4 or 5 important areas, and then they'll briefly just talk to you about the sources, so that we stop and we stick to our time limit, and then Suraj sir can talk to you about ethics, which itself is a very important paper itself. Now, the important thing about art and culture is to understand the areas. Okay, Buddhism, Jainism, very, very, very important. Almost every alternate years in the prelims or in the mains examination, you will find questions from this. Okay. The next important thing is temple architecture styles. Okay, temple architecture styles, Nagara, which is the North Indian, the South Indian, the Vesara, all the 3 temple architecture styles, they have repeatedly asked questions on this. On the painting styles, The painting styles are also very important. Okay, these are areas which are important. They've asked questions repeatedly from these areas. Again, about paintings, what are the kind of questions that they ask about is the comparison of different styles of painting, the Mysore school with the Thanjavur school, or also about paintings, rock paintings. Both in the prelims and the mains examination, they ask questions from these areas. Apart from paintings also, another important area, और ये आजकल हिंदू में बहुत हो रहा है. Okay, in the Hindu, what they've done is, for example, the Sunday section, they often pick one art culture, folk tradition, uske baad mein they'll have a music, pictographic essay or something, right? So those, at least even that itself is very important because they pick up only the important and the big ones, okay? So that is also important, and these are also, here also, for example, about dance forms. For example, the Hindu did a recent story, I think 2 weeks ago, on a dance form from Karnataka, which is done the whole night. Okay, it's a hugely popular traditional dance forms. But apart from this, the classical dances themselves are extremely important. Classical dances are extremely important. Jo basic classical dances hain, the details of them, when are they done, which is the source of them, they are extremely important. Hardly 4 or 5 hain, and they're very important for the prelims examination. Okay, so these are some basic things that you at least need to do. Apart from Buddhism and Jainism, also what are important is certain important aspects of the Vedas. And here what is important is that which aspect of the Veda talked about which particular issues. This, even if you may actually leave for now, but at least Buddhism and Jainism as schools of thought are extremely important. Again and again they ask questions, and in prelims when they ask questions from this, they are in depth. They'll not ask questions ki where was Buddha born, where did he die, etc., all of that. They will ask questions specifically on the teachings of Buddha or the teachings of Jainism. Okay, so that's there. Also, obviously, jo bilkul bread and butter hai, and that is Harappan civilization. Ye to aapko pata hona hi chahiye, right? So that is there as well. Now, briefly about the sources that I want to tell you. See, what is important for you to understand is running from one book to another is a stupid strategy. ये पहली बात, यूपीएससी में कोई भी बुक आपको कवर टू कवर नहीं पढ़नी होती है. If you're reading a book cover to cover means you don't know what to read. That's the first thing. The second thing is, please don't read anything from 2 or 3 sources. Read the same thing from one source twice or thrice. एक ही चीज को यहाँ से भी पढ़ लूँ, वहाँ से भी पढ़ लूँ, वहाँ से भी पढ़ लूँ is a bad strategy. You read from one place, you'll remember better, and it is unlikely कि आप 3 जगह से पढ़ के कुछ बहुत बड़ा कोई gain नया insight ले आएंगे जो which you can produce in the examination. So which books to refer to? Now, I would probably say that, for example, what I do in the classroom is I give a PPT for every chapter before the class itself, which is itself a summary of Bipin Chandra, itself a summary of Shekhar Bandyopadhyay or Palasi to Partition, and a couple of other texts as well, which just puts the points in a point-wise format. Beyond that, I say to the students, if you want one book, you should just refer one book, whatever is that. So what are the options? One of the options is Bipin Chandra. Now Bipin Chandra today comes in various shapes and sizes, right? So there's the NCRT Bipin Chandra, old, new, kuch bhi. Agar, what you need to understand is when you're reading the Bipin Chandra NCRT, it will not solve questions. It is something that will give you a story. It will something that will give you a background of what happened and what happened. It will not solve your questions either in the prelims or in the mains examination. Unlikely to do so. It can some of the questions, but not a very good source for solving questions. But if you refer to the thick Bipin Chandra, okay, the Penguin publication Bipin Chandra, the blue color Bipin Chandra, which comes by the name of India's Struggle Till Independence. Okay, it's one comprehensive source where he has put in together everything. But the problem with it is, it's too thick. Okay, it's thick and it is voluminous, and there is no need of reading it cover to cover. Okay, what you probably need to do is identify the key areas from your mains examination and then refer to it. But if you're not that interested in picking up a thick book, I sympathize with all the people who are not. So what you can also do, and I think is very easily doable, is either the Spectrum, right? The Spectrum Modern Indian History, small book. That itself is a summary of Bipin Chandra only, okay? But the problem is it's not written in a very story-wise format. So that's the problem with that small book. So you can refer to either one of them. As far as Plassey to Partition goes, which is itself a very good book, and almost all the fringe area questions in your mains examination, especially do come from Plassey to Partition. It's a difficult book to read. It's written in English, which is really difficult to understand for a lot of people. So I'll recommend you not to waste your time on that. Probably stick to whatever are the class notes, because that itself puts together the important points from Shekhar Bandopadhyay. Don't run beyond this. Don't read in modern Indian history, in world history, more than one book. Remember, you don't have to become a book collector, right? ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, you're reading 2 for modern Indian history, 1 for world history, 1 for art and culture, 1 for post-independence. ये तो history की किताबें हो गई फिर. How much can you actually reproduce? That's the point, right? So don't refer more than one book. As regards ancient history and art and culture, you have the 11th class NCERT. That's a basic minimum that you have to do. There is no running away from it. Beyond that, you have the CCRT culture notes that are there easily available in the market. You can use them as well. But I would say, frankly, what should you do is just refer to the vision printout material that you get on art and culture, plus your 11th NCERT. Don't go beyond this. There's many people who talk about XYZ book, sir ye wali book bhi padh sakte hain, kya wo wali book bhi hai, there's Nitin Singhania, there's this, then that. See, there are many books, a number of them are good. The problem is that they are voluminous, they are big. There is no point reading an art and culture book which is this thick. It's a waste of your time. Before picking up a book, the first thing that should come to your mind is, can I use it effectively and revise from it? If the answer is no, it may be a very good book, but it's not the book you need. Okay, so that's why I say that this plus NCERT itself is enough. For world history, what you should do in terms of book is Arjun Dev. Arjun Dev covers the period for the roughly around 1900 to 1940, or 1800 to 1940. But it does not talk about in greater detail about the Industrial Revolution or the French Revolution. So that is something that you can augment with the printout material. And it does not talk about post-World War period. It does not talk about the post-World War period. For this, there is a NCERT, Contemporary World Politics. This NCERT is for the 12th class. It is under the political science section. Okay, but it is an NCERT which talks about the Cold War era. जिससे means में they have asked number of questions in the post-Cold War era from the world history section. So contemporary world politics is another NCERT that you can refer to. And the last thing that is there, and that is about post-independence. बिल्कुल मत भागिए. कोई बिपिन चंद्रा पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है, कोई रामचंद्र गुहा पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है. Hardly give 1 or 2 questions. Okay, for this the best source to refer to is again the NCERT. Okay, and there is an NCERT by this name of India Struggle After Independence. There is an NCERT also. Bipin Chandra is also part of that, but it is an NCERT. I don't want you to buy the yellow colored Bipin Chandra, which is a thick one on India's journey after independence. It's a waste of your time. Hardly 1 or 2 questions will come. You'll read the whole book, try to summarize it. It's a waste. You read this plus the printout material from Vision. That should be enough. What I want to emphasize is there is so much to cover. Please don't run to books. Too much books is going to be a problem. आपके पास बहुत सारी चीजें. Suraj sir is there. He'll talk to you about ethics and what books to refer. So you'll have a whole lot of books to refer, right? Your aim should not be to read more. Your aim should be to read less, but read it many times. Any doubts? Anything that you want to ask me? Why is the AC not working here? Okay. So, anything anybody wants to ask me? Nothing? Enjoy the afternoon, though it's not worth enjoying. Suraj sir is there, he'll talk about ethics.
Yes, good afternoon, all of you. So myself, Dr. Suraj Suryavanshi, and associated with Vision since last 4 years. So I'll be discussing on paper 4, that is ethics and integrity. I hope all of you are, have you appeared before the exam? Anyone else? Anybody from you? All of you are new. Have you seen the syllabus? Yes, no? Do you know that there is paper called paper ethics? Yes. Okay, so paper 4, that is GS paper 4 ethics. This was newly introduced paper, ethics, integrity and aptitude. Now I'll take, because this was, I think, have you taken the break for post-lunch or there was no lunch? No, okay. So you must be getting bored with all the sort of information that is thrown at you. That's why specifically ethics has been kept in the end, okay, so as to inject sort of energy. And that is what the purpose of UPSC also. They want to see the energy out of UPSC aspirants, whether they have the right aptitude, attitude, emotional intelligence for facing the different situations, okay. Are you understanding? Because see, this was a newly introduced paper. Why I'm emphasizing upon this is what you have learned in paper 1, 2 and 3 and the approach. That approach is quite different from the preparation of this particular paper. So that has to be seen from a very different context. Second thing is, if you see this part, obviously this is not a part of your prelims, this is exclusively and mains oriented. But nonetheless, if you see the importance in whole preparation and with respect to your clearing, getting through the exam. Now if you see if you have interacted with the people who have got through this exam, so they will tell you after a period of time, there is a saturation point that is achieved, whatever. See, the thing is, you are very new to the UPSC, but after a while, all the information related with GS 1, 2, 3, you will have. There is some time that is required. You will read good books and etc. After that saturation, because since this is a competitive examination, you need to get an edge over the others, okay? And these are the areas where your subjective aspects will come into picture, apart from whatever the information that you have from paper 1, 2, 3, optional paper. So ultimately the final race, the last lap of the race, taking the edge, getting into the services or not, getting the better cadre or not. So in all this respect, if you see this paper plus the essay paper, okay, these are the very important aspect in that regard. Now the point is, this paper, they are going to see, we'll discuss the syllabus in very brief, but the thing is, from since inception, even if it is a part of the mains, it should generate a sort of curiosity while reading. Say for example, even if you are reading the history, geography, polity, etc., etc., you should have a broader framework of bureaucracy in the background. Broader framework of bureaucracy, it starts with the very basic questions, why you are preparing for UPSC, okay? Now, why you are preparing for UPSC has to be correlated with this paper, because this is what the components they are going to see into you. Okay, there are certain basic things that are required for a good bureaucrat. Okay, bureaucrat should be an honest, bureaucrat should be insensitive, there should be an corruption free, he should be a man of integrity, okay? He should have an empathy and sensitivity for the others, he should be an compassionate. Okay, these are the aspects which they are going to see through this paper. So, during the preparation, you need to have that sort of sensitivity so that this sort of sensitivity will get reflect into your answer. Okay, this answer specifically also, but otherwise also in case of essay it will get reflect, in interview it is going to get reflect. Are you understanding? So that's a very basic introductory points which I would like to, which I have mentioned with regard to this paper. Now coming to the next part, that is the syllabus. You must have got this booklet also. So if you see the syllabus, okay, very briefly I'm discussing, I'm not going into the details of it. The syllabus, I'm just throwing some points, broader points, in order to make you acquaint with what are the broader aspects, what are the things that are getting covered into the ethics. So there are 6, 7 heads, 7, 8 heads are there, but I'm classifying it into the 2 parts broadly. The theory part of ethics and the applied part. Theory part and the applied part. Okay, now if you see the theory part of ethics, see there are few heads, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 heads are there. Okay. Now, if you see first 4 to 5 heads, these are the part of your core syllabus. Like I'm writing here, that is where I'm dividing into the theory part. First, there must be, that is human values. Can you follow the notes or the syllabus that has been human values? Okay. Now, this is very obvious things to understand, that there are values are important in life. So, the ethics starts with this, ethics and human interface. Ethics and human interface. Within that, you have the issues called ethics, values, morality. So this is to understand that what are the values, what are the ethical principles, what are the moral principles. Okay, these are the basic things. And with this, you will also have the list of values also. Okay, it's not about what is value, what is ethics, what is morality, how 3 of them are different from each other, what is the similarity between them. So these are a very generic aspect of it. But apart from that, you will understand that what are the different values required in different places. Like for example, in case of your personal life, there are certain values which are very important. But in public life, similar values will be there, but apart from that, there are some more values. There can be contradictory and conflicting values also. Then if you become a bureaucrat, then there are different values. So likewise, for the personal point of view, professional point of view, bureaucratic point of view, different values are there. So that's the first chapter, which is completely related with that. Apart from that, this chapter also has what is called as the determinants of ethics. Determinants of values, nothing but they form the basis for ethics. Okay, once you have the, what is an ethics? Yes, anybody? What is ethics? Can anybody define in 1 or 2 lines? What is ethics? Study of moral values. What is morals?
To know what is right and wrong.
What is right and wrong? That's the simplest and the best definition. Okay, that is, we are talking about right and wrong on the basis of certain principles called ethics. Now this, what I'm trying to say is, something which we value, they form the part of ethics or the morals. Moral is at the personal level, whereas ethics is at the societal level. So these forms a very fundamental basic framework within which society exists. This sort of, so for the ethics for the society will be there. There can be certain foundational values for the public or the private organization within which you have to work. There are certain sets of values for the bureaucracy within which the bureaucracy should function. So this is a very core part which is going to give you the broader framework. But the second part which I was talking is the determinants of ethics. Why we have to take this particular value as a public value, why we should take this as a bureaucratic value, etc., etc. So there are certain determinants on the basis of which these values are coming from. How a person, at individual, at a given point of time is a product of his value system. So this is a part of socialization. So socialization is that since inception, certain values are going to get inculcated in you. Okay, can you name some of the agents of socialization?
Friends.
Yes, friends, okay, peer groups, family, school, media, social media. Okay, these days social media is also one of the important determinants of the value system. Religion. Okay, so here again we are going to see that determinants, and determinants again, within that determinants also, that what sort of the value system of that particular religion is there, that is going to get inculcated. What is your friend's value system? It is not an universal. Okay, depending upon different friend to friend, it will be different. So this is the very important chapter which will create a foundation for rest of the chapters. Second is attitude. Second chapter says attitude. What is an attitude? Yes, anybody? What is an attitude?
The way we behave in particular situation.
The way we behave in a particular situation. Very good. Anybody else apart from that? The way we think is also a part of attitude or not? The way we think or the way we behave only?
Our perceptions.
Decision making, so attitude is the combination of all the personality factors.
All the personality factors, or is the other way around, your personality is a reflection of your attitude?
Yes, sir.
Same. Which one comes prior? Your personality is product of your attitude, or your attitude is getting shaped by your own personality?
Personality.
Personality is a product of your attitude. Okay, so what is an attitude then? What sort of, can you tell some of the personalities? Okay, like you can also answer. Tell me on the basis of attitude, how will you classify the personalities? Can you tell me? Because that's how we can going to learn then the attitude, because it is getting manifested in the form of personality. Yes?
How you perceive the things.
Yes, that's right. Yes, please. No, I'm not asking. I'm asking that what are the different types of personalities that you can see as a manifestation of different types of attitudes. Yes, please. Introvert and extrovert. Okay, yes, certainly.
So someone can be very much sensible to a particular thing, or he can be very much indifferent. Or
Yes, very good. Very nice. Indifferent and sensitive. Can you elaborate more on that? Can you give some example?
Yes, sir. For example, let's take if some crime is going on, someone has stolen food from somewhere.
Yes, very good.
So someone can think it as to be the very much need of that situation, which can be neglected.
Yes, so think of a beggar is asking for something, okay, and you are obviously in a hurry. You have to reach to somewhere, very important function. Or maybe you are required more somewhere else, you are going for the office. So, in this particular situation, that are you going to ignore that particular thing, or you are sensitive enough to address that particular thing, at least some sort of address. Address does not mean that you leave that particular meeting and all, but you stay there, you ask for some help, etc. Okay, maybe a simplest thing is you can call up the police and say that, okay, this thing is happening here, you come and rescue them because you are in a hurry. Or maybe at individual level, you will do something in order to bring that person out of the crime or whatever the thing, the plight situation is. Or you may also ignore it completely. Every day ka kaam hai, okay, the India is very poor and therefore you will have the poverty everywhere around. So it's not a new thing. So that is an insensitive and indifference towards it. So that is how the attitude is, okay. Sensitivity and insensitivity one part. Let me take that particular aspect into the bureaucracy. Now if you see in the bureaucracy, this component is very important, the sensitivity component, because there is something called as bureaucratic apathy. Okay, in fact the whole ethics revolves around, and this paper has been introduced because of the attitude of bureaucrat. That is called as bureaucratic apathy. This term is there. What is the bureaucratic apathy? Bureaucratic apathy is basically indifference towards the weaker section of the society, indifference towards the downtrodden section, unprivileged section. Okay, now lot many people start preparing with this, like I want to do something for the society. Bureaucracy provides me a very broader platform, okay, etc., etc. This sort of answers you will see in the interview also. Okay, why you want to become a bureaucrat? I want to change the system, this and that, and etc. Once you become a bureaucrat, then that typical bureaucratic attitude comes in. Okay, somebody is coming to help, asking for the help, or saying that this thing is not getting cleared. You will say that, okay, your Aadhaar card is not there, your name is written wrong, your this thing is not there, that thing is not there, there are lot many laws. Are you understanding this? This is something what is also called as this reflection of, in this particular attitude is a red tape culture. Okay, do you know this? What is red tape?
Yes, sir.
Yes, what is red tape?
Official activities are too much.
That is a delay, undue delay that happens because of the procedural activities. Okay, so bureaucracy, because there are certain structural problems also, like the bureaucracy has originated during the time of the colonial time, and this colonial hangover continued during the time of colonial period. There were lot many laws and procedures. Still we continued with lot many outdated procedure and the laws. Because of this, there is an undue delay also, procedural delay also. So there are certain structural problems, and there are certain problems with regard to the attitude of individual also. So it's not the blame is on the individual only, because at times the laws are redundant, procedures are there, so therefore you have to go through those procedures. That is what is we call as a red tape. Okay, undue delay in public service delivery because of the complex procedures. Okay. And second thing is, maybe the procedure may not be the complex. Think this way also. Maybe it's like an filing up the RTI. Now the procedure is not difficult, but still the PIO officer is not ready to respond. Where the problem lies? The problem lies in the attitude of bureaucrat. Are you understanding? So it's not the system which is only wrong, it's also the human which is going to make the system workable or not workable. In fact, it is being said that even if the system is wrong, if the attitude is absolutely right, you can make the things possible. Okay, people who are serving in a Naxal affected areas, northeast areas, Jammu and Kashmir areas, okay, there you see the real test of the bureaucracy, where the resources are not available, still you will work, because what requires there is a right attitude. That is where we call service-oriented bureaucracy, rather than bureaucratic apathy. If you have the good values and ethics and etc., then this bureaucratic apathy will convert into the compassion and the service orientation. Okay, that is where we call empathetic attitude, compassionate attitude towards the weaker section. Okay, so that's about the attitude, and there are other things also. Okay, this is not only related with the bureaucracy. See, mind well, although this paper is primarily related with the bureaucracy, but since you are not yet bureaucrat, they are going to test all these parameters from different in your personal life also. The question can come that in this particular case, this has happened, what is your response to it? They are not asking you are a bureaucrat. They are simply trying to test, that is, what is your outlook towards a particular event or particular thing. Are you understanding? So it's not that the questions will be asked only from the bureaucratic point of view. It can be asked from as an individual capacity also, or you are a person working in a private organization also. Like say, for example, women harassment at the workplace is happening. You are an CEO or the board of directors chairman in a private organization. So what is your reflection on that particular women harassment at workplace? So are you going to say that since you are not in a public organization, the larger responsibility that comes when you work in a state organization will not be there, and you will simply remove? Think this way. This case of women harassment is happening, and the person, the alleged person, is one of the most important asset for your company. He is a star performer of your company. Are you understanding? As an CEO of a company, director of a company, chairman of a company, you will always want the most important person who can increase the revenue for your office. Now in this case, he is the one who has been responsible, or there is an allegation against him that he has misused the office or try and do certain activities, and the women has complained about it. Now in this case, the attitude can be two, like you must be thinking about the company more, and you will say that this issue can be ignored because he is a star performer. Because for you, which value is more important? That the materialistic value for the company is more important. Prestige of company is more important, etc. There can be many values that can be counted. And the other value is the respect of women at workplace, the dignity of women at workplace, etc., etc. Gender equality. This is one question that has been asked. Okay, why I have spoken about it is in 2013, this question, 13 or 14, this question was asked. This is in the form of case study. So this is going to change your, check your attitude this way also. So here you are not a bureaucrat. So you have to see in 360 degree when you are making in preparation for your GS and everything. So you should have this broader framework of ethics in your mind while preparing for your things. The third is related with the aptitude. Okay, it says that aptitude and foundational values of civil services. Is anybody tell me what is an aptitude? Aptitude is not about perception. It is about the attitude only. What is an aptitude?
Intelligence.
Intelligence, yes. What is an aptitude? When we say that a person has an aptitude for something or not, what is an thing? Pardon? Tolerance level will come in attitude or aptitude? You tell me. Tolerance is like somebody is getting angry on you. Okay, think this way. And you know that what the person is getting angry is, it is an unfounded anger. You know that that person is not at all justified. You know that there is an irrational component that is being told to you. You're getting angry. So your reaction will depend upon your attitude or aptitude. How? Yes, sir. Your behavior will be certainly a reflection of your tolerance level. You can think in a sensitive manner that, okay, I have to react to it, Okay, you take it personal also. So taking it personal, see, sometimes it's not that always you need to show an proactivity, that means it is in positive attitude. Positive and negative are very, I would say that not a very good terms in order to define the attitude, although we generically use it. In this case, remaining silent is also a good sort of attitude. That is a calm composure. Think of you are a bureaucrat working in a grassroots level, and some electricity has gone for 16 hours. The people will come and shout and start throwing and vandalize the property and etc. Lot many other things will going to happen. There is always a perennial protest at the district magistrate office. So in all such situation, how you are going to handle a situation. Think of an IPS officer in a riot-like situation. How you are going to behave isn't part of your attitude. So it's not that always you need to show an aggressiveness is equal to a positive attitude. Sometimes you need to understand the situation and reflect accordingly. That's also a part of attitude. So showing intolerance will be the reflection of your attitude. Come to the aptitude. Aptitude is yes, your mental faculty. Okay, that is capacity to do something. In general, it is your intelligence and the capacity to handle something. Now, obviously here, if you take an aptitude in general, like we say that whether this person has an aptitude for playing guitar or not, okay, or person has an aptitude for a cricket or not, person has aptitude to become an engineer or not, how do you see that, whether he is good in aptitude test? Okay, that is a mathematical aptitude test I'm talking about. So in that particular test, if he is good, then we can say that he is good in calculation. So therefore, he has a good aptitude for the same. Same way we see in different things also. So here in aptitude case, what will actually happen? Decision-making ability. Your decision-making ability is good or not, that is going to be reflected in the bureaucratic attitude. So in order to, so how do you see that decision-making ability, whether he has an aptitude to understand the problem from all the dimensions or not? Okay, so it's not finding the, see, in case of bureaucracy, your single answer or whatever the decision you take may not be always correct, or it is not 100% correct. So in this case, you have to first see what are the different dimensions of problems. Second, what are the different alternatives of those problems? Okay, there cannot be a single answer to it. There can be 4 or 5 different answers. Then you have to see the consequences of each answer or each solutions that you are going to take on the different stakeholders. And then you have to see that what is your constitution saying, what is your law saying, and within that framework, what will be the most practical answer. Are you understanding? So it may happen that your solution may not be the ideal one, but at one particular point of time you have to take a so-called practical decision also. So all these things that are required is a part of your aptitude. So it starts with whether you understand the problem in all the dimension, you understand, do you have the different solutions to the problem, can you see the different consequences of the solutions that you are going to take prior to taking the decision. Many times it happens that you take the decision and then the consequences start happening. So that's not a sign of a very good bureaucrat. So all the things that will come, that's form the part of aptitude. And it says that aptitude and foundational values. Your aptitude is also shaped by this foundational values. Although the foundational values are going to shape this, why this they have kept it together, because only the intelligent is not enough. Okay, with intelligence, a value system should also be there. Okay, that value system that we are speaking about, that you should have the empathy, compassion, etc., etc. So those different values have been discussed. Next chapter is related with the emotional intelligence. Okay, the next is emotional intelligence. As what is an emotional? Have you heard of this term, emotional intelligence? Okay. So where is the emotions come in here?
Emotions like, for an example, I'm going for the interview and I see a road accident.
Okay.
So my emotional consciousness says that I should pick up that patient and
Okay.
But I'm getting late for the interview as well.
Right.
What I will decide, I will call police or ambulance number and then inform them.
So what is an emotional intelligence in this case? Yes, you are right, absolutely. Okay, tell me, the decisions, when we take, what is a good decision? Should we keep the emotions out or should we bring the emotions? A good decision. Good decision should be devoid of emotions or it should have the emotions?
So, should be mixture of both.
Mixture of both. When you say that practical, then it means that like if you have to see his example, what is impractical? You are appearing for the interview. So, and stay there and leave the exam. What about that?
Sir, I think that in case of accident, there would be lot many people or somebody will surely have. So what I can do that I can make call to ambulance or
Okay.
I can tell someone to take handle of
Okay,
it.
fine. We'll handle that issue later. Just I'm asking you, a good decision should be devoid of emotions or it should have the emotions? Devoid of emotion. What is a rational decision? What is a rational decision? Does it have the component of emotions in it or it don't have the component?
Don't have.
Very basic things I'm asking. English, rational, emotions. Is that difficult?
Depends on the situation.
Yeah, it depends upon the situation. We'll come to that. What I'm saying is rational decision, logical decision, emotional decision. Which of these decisions are more good? Should we take the rational decision? Should we keep the emotions out? What we call is irrational is really rational enough? Who is going to determine what is rational? So there are a lot many complex questions. Okay. See, the thing is, although it is conventionally, okay, it was being said that we should be rational enough in life. But see, the thing is, this rational itself is, there is a limited rationality of a human being. Okay. Second thing is, now since you are a bureaucrat, as well as there are certain societal issues which are happening around you. Keeping an emotions, it means that, like, think of this way, that 65-year-old lady is coming to your office and there is nobody to look after her, okay, and she has been disowned by the son, daughter is not looking after her, she is wandering here and there, etc. And she got to know that some scheme has been launched by the government of India. Then she is coming to you, but one of the things that is required is she need to get an Aadhaar card and etc. those documents. Okay, she needs to open Jan Dhan account, and then only the direct cash transfer is going to happen to her account. Now she is coming to you. I heard of it. I have watched in television, and please do the needful. Now you are saying that where is your card, where is your identity thing, etc. etc. And then simply you are ignoring unless and until you have those documents with you. I can't do anything. You simply ignore it and you will ask second person to come. Now this is a rational decision based upon your legal things. Your rule says that the benefits cannot be given to a person who does not have Aadhaar card, who does not have Jan Dhan account, and for both this purpose, if they don't hold the documents, you cannot give them. Law is very clear about it. Now in this particular case, if you are saying you are politically, legally correct, absolutely correct. It's a rational decision also, because rationality here comes from your constitution. It is coming from the legal point. It is coming from the administration. But is it a good decision? Is it what is? That's why the ethics paper has been included in it. That in this case, you need to be sensitive towards the situation. You need to put yourself into the situation of her and try to see what she is going through. This is called being an empathetic towards the weaker section particularly, and you have to go out of the way to help her out in arranging the thing. Now does it also means that, okay, you can make an exception into this case and award her whatever the benefit she is asking for? Is this a good decision? This is not a good decision, because you will be violating today, nobody is going to work because she is suffering. Okay, close all the offices and I will sit with her till the time she will get the Aadhaar card. How does it sound like? You make a Facebook update that I have closed my office today and I have sat with the weaker section of society. That's also not a practical decision, because that's completely carried away. In fact, the emotions have overpowered you. Okay, there has not been a rational use of emotions, or you can say that the intelligence. So emotional intelligence is that you should be able to intelligently process your emotions in order to make the more effective decisions. Okay, and the last part there was moral thinkers. Okay, the fifth point was the moral thinkers. So whatever I have discussed so far, these things have been discussed, debated by different scholars in the past. So we need to learn those scholars, different scholars. Again, this is not an optional paper, remember, okay, that you need to do a PhD on different philosophers, like tomorrow you go and open the book of Socrates and Plato and etc. So that's not the thing. Okay, very simple things, whatever they have said in the past, that you have to discuss. Have you understood? Okay, and so these were the first 5 points. The applied part, now this 5 points, whatever I have mentioned so far, these are the theory part. The applied part of them is obviously the application of theory in the governance. In fact, whatever the case studies I was discussing in between is nothing but application of those principles. So there you have all the governance chapters. Like the chapter starts with the good governance. Okay, what is a good governance philosophy? How good governance? Yes, that your answerability, better ways in answerability. So once you give the power to the political representatives, they are answerable to the public also. Since they will be answerable to the public, this is a product of the continuous vigilance. If there is a continuous vigilance on the political representatives, then only they are going to work in the interest of the public. Otherwise, there is a chance of misuse of power. So here you have to discuss what are the tools of accountability and those things. Yes, can anybody tell me any single tool of accountability through which you can ensure the accountability of the political class or the bureaucratic class?
Elections.
Election is one very good tool, because that is going to keep the, in fact, that's the single most important tool in democracy. Okay, 5 years down the line, they have to go for the election. So obviously they are going to mind that if we will not work, then we will be voted out of the power. Yes, certainly. Census. How census will be an tool of accountability? Code of conduct, these are the rules. Code of conduct are the rule. What are the tools of accountability means what are the tools available to the common man on the basis of which they can ask the question to the political representatives or the bureaucracy and they are answerable to you.
RTI.
Yes, RTI. RTI is also, it's not just the tool of transparency. Okay, it is also a tool of accountability because they are answerable to the questions that you are asked. The tools of CVC, Lokpal, Lokayukta, okay, through which you will file the cases also. So those are the tools of account. So this is what we are going to discuss in that. So there are other chapters like whistleblowing policy. What is a whistleblower? The one who raised the voice against the wrongdoing. So what are the whistleblower? What is a whistleblower? What are the principles of whistleblowing? What is ethical whistleblowing? What is non-ethical whistleblowing? What are the laws, prevalent laws in India with regard to the whistleblowing? So these are the points that are to be discussed. And there is ethics in the international relations also. So whatever we are going to discuss, that is going to get applied into that particular part, the second part. Okay, now let's come to the final part of this session, that is how to prepare for it, because you would be more interested about knowing how to go for, what are the books required, okay, where to read from, where not to read from, etc., etc. See, I have started session saying this fact that this paper and its complete approach is very different from your 3 papers. So here you don't have many books, okay. You can have, obviously, if you want, but the thing is, UPSC really do not require you to go through a very academic books here. Okay, academic books are not required. Like I can name that on emotional intelligence, this book is very famous. So you read one particular book on emotional intelligence ke upar 3-4 book, attitude ke upar 3-4 book. So that's not the approach. See, the simple thing, exercise you have to do is you have to see the previous year's question paper. From previous year question paper, in fact, that should be the starting point. Previous year question paper will give you the idea that what is the intensity with which they ask the question. You will understand the intention of UPSC, okay. that what sort of the questions are being asked. Like I have thrown some of the question to you. They are very practical, very simple in nature. The only thing is, today's your answer is a more of a layman answer based upon the common sense observation. Now, there is a difference in between common sense observation and when you are giving a special authority. So tomorrow if you are a bureaucrat, what a common man can do, maybe he is right at his position, but you may not be correct. So what is called as the political correct, bureaucratic correctness. So that is what we are going to, you will learn from this particular part of the syllabus. So the point is you should go through the previous year 3-4 years paper first. So that's very, very mandatory even before starting. And it goes the same for all the papers also. Because see, the thing is, apart from the gaining and knowledge and etc., here the first primarily important thing is we have come here to clear the exam. Okay. So first we need to know what are the rules of the game. Okay. In fact, you should know that what is all the game all about. So for that you should start for the previous year's question paper. So you will get a broader framework. That only will help you in understanding the depth in which you have to enter into the different topics. Because this is not a philosophy, optional philosophy paper that you have to do the PhD on each and every part. So the first previous year's question paper. Second thing is obviously there are certain basic books are there. There is a book by Chronicle, okay, Chronicle Publications book, okay, that is a lexicon book on ethics. It's a very, very brief, small book. That's a good enough in order to give you, because the things and the information have been given as per the syllabus. So it's a very, very small book, but believe me, it can be insufficient for you also, okay, for the whole paper. That's what I'm saying. Here the reading is not important, but provided that you should brainstorm on each line, whether you are able to assimilate that particular line. And second is whether you are able to apply those concepts into the different aspects. So that is more important. So this brainstorming should happen. So this goes very strongly for this paper, that you have to read less, you have to think a lot, and you have to write a lot. Okay. Zyada padhne ki zarurat nahi hai. But you have to keep your brain open. You have to remain sensitive about the happenings that are happening around you. And you have to write also, because in this paper the language matters. Language really matters, because here there is no information as such. There is no facts and etc. In rest of the paper, you will fetch at least 50%, 40% marks based upon the information. Okay, that is factual information. So here there are not many facts. You need just a proper understanding of different words here. So what matters is your language. So that's Chronicle book. There are 1 or 2 books I'm going to suggest more. So whichever one is comfortable for you, you can go for it. The second book is from the Aryan publication. That is again the Ethics Integrity. Name of all the books is same as the name of the paper. That is Ethics, Integrity and Aptitude. So that's why I'm mentioning about the publication. So first is the Chronicle publications, Lexicon on Ethics. Second is this. Third is the book by Subbarao. Okay, book by Subbarao. This is a scholar's name, Subbarao. So that's also, but it's a sort of a reference book. Okay, this Subbarao book is a reference book. It's a bigger one. But again, if you want, then you can just shuffle through this thing. Okay, so these are the 3 primarily readings. Now the next one is, there is a very good document by Administrative Reform Committee 2nd, ARC2. And their report number 4. Report number 4. That is Ethics in Governance. Report number 4, Ethics in Governance. Ethics in Governance. So this report is very, very handful, particularly for the second part. This report is again a bulkier document, not required to be read completely. If you have the time, since you have the time, you can go for it. But the thing is, minimum introduction and the conclusion of each chapter has to be read. Okay, so because you will get a very good catchy lines, quotations, and the good philosophy of the governance. So those philosophy can be used in your answers. That can be also be used in your essay writing also. And if you are good enough, you can bring that into your interview also. Okay, so that's a very important read. That is ARC2. That is Ethics in Governance, report number 4. They are available in the PDF or online also. Okay. The next important thing is about the preparation is how to, like, whatever the resources I told you, but apart from that, obviously for GS purpose and this, you're going to read magazines and the newspaper. So what you have to do is, you have to briefly once go through this lexicon, or you have to just see that what are the things in the ethics. You have to keep those framework in your mind. So whenever you are reading the articles, newspapers, magazines, any current affairs online, you need to understand that how I can apply these concepts and how I can bring this information, contemporary information, in writing the answers. You need to give lot many examples. Okay, like say for example, question will be there, what do you understand by the empathy? Give an example in your recent life that you have shown the empathy. Or second can be, what do you understand by the empathy, and how do you think that this is important attribute for a good civil servant? Now you should not write the answers only in a philosophical aspect that define empathy and just arbitrarily say, or in an abstract manner say that, okay, this is how it is required. You have to give some contemporary examples. Okay, like you must have come across this particular example, this event, where in case of Odisha, there was one person carrying the dead body of the wife, okay, because the ambulance was not available, and he walked for 40 some kilometers. Have you come across this? Okay. So such kind of the examples which are contemporary in nature, that you have to see that this shows that there is a lack of services to the weaker section of the society, or this shows the utter lack of empathy and compassion towards the particular situation. Okay, so these kind of things you should able to incorporate. The next is read some good book, okay, biography of anybody. I would suggest that Mahatma Gandhi's this My Experiment with Truth will be a good read, but that's not an compulsory. Any idol that you follow in life, read some good book. Why I'm telling you is because this paper is also about the value system, about the introspection. So that will give you an opportunity to see that how the things, what are the different types of crisis that a person goes through, how to handle the crisis, how to overcome the crisis. Because once it will imbibe at your subconscious level, then only you will able to do the justice to different topics in the syllabus. Because the thing is, here if you are reading it completely from the books, doing nothing, then it is like a very, very mechanical reading. Okay, and the mechanical reading will produce only the mechanical answers. Okay, they are called this mucked up answers. So here the mucked up answers will not work. Here you need to bring the value system into your answers, and it should get reflected. So these are the short framework that how you should go about the preparation. Is it fine? Okay, it's not a very difficult thing, but the thing is that over a period of time you have seen that people have taken this paper 4 very lightly, and they are out of the surveys, or maybe they are not fetching good marks, because they are getting good marks in 1, 2, 3 in optional, and then in ethics either you get something around 60 to 70, or some people are getting 120 also. The thing is, if you know how to go about it, if you know what are the requirements of UPSC, then with a minimum effort you can get the maximum return from this paper. But that minimum effort is at least required. People think that, okay, like ethics is something that we have been doing and following in life, so let's go and venture in examination hall directly, because there is nothing like that has to be read and mucked up. So UPSC will also show its colors, and then also they say that, okay, this is your performance card. Okay, so do not take things lightly, and if you want to surpass and take an edge, obviously this is an thing that you can focus upon, and you should obviously bring an interdisciplinary approach to your preparation, overall preparation, and particularly with respect to this, because this is going to help you in your national and social issues, this is going to help you in your essay, interview, and overall the preparation, that whatever you are doing. And in fact, it will keep you enlightened and enthusiastic throughout your preparation, that ultimately you will have to find the meaning behind everything. Why I'm doing this, why I'm reading these mountains and stones and rocks and these things, why I'm reading the ancient and medieval, what is the use of it? So you need to know that what the process is all about and what is the ultimate goal. Is it fine? If you have any doubts with regard to paper, so I can take the question. Case studies, yes. Case studies is nothing but, see, the thing is, once you go through this particular thing, you will get certain information and basic knowledge of ethics. The same knowledge is tested in 2 ways. One is direct question. and one is the case study. Like the direct question is, what do you understand by empathy? How empathy is important for public servant administration. Second is, like the way I was telling the complete story, there was an elderly women, there was a sick person, there was this, there was that, there was environmental degradation, there was tribal things. So they will cook up some story, and they will say that if you are in a particular situation, what are the options available for you? How do you analyze those options, and what will be your decision? So essentially, what you are doing in theory, you have to do the same thing. But the only difference is, here they are asking in the form of case studies, in a more elaborated form. So you have to put yourself into that particular situation, and I have said that in case of aptitude, I have mentioned. First of all, you need to understand the problem. So उस case study में केवल एक problem नहीं होगा, एक तो fundamental problem होगा, but there are certain small issues also. So you have to identify major ones and minor ones also. First thing is that. Second is, then you have to identify what are the all possible alternatives, not the best one. It can be the worst one also, it can be the middle one also, it can be the ideal one also, it can be practical. So all the options. Then third step is, you have to discuss positive and negative of each of the option, and then you have to see that after evaluating everything, why you will settle with a particular option. So this is how you have to go about it. That is understanding the problem, finding the different answers, and all these things you are doing on the basis of your theory part. This is very important to bring in. Like you have to see that emotional intelligence is getting reflected, empathy, integrity. So you have to bring this vocabulary into your answers. So that is how you have to address the case studies. Yes, please. See, the thing is, the books I have mentioned, in that also invariably some case studies have been given, 15-20 case studies or more than that also. Plus, obviously you have to see the previous year's question paper. See, the thing is about the case studies, the number is not important. Whether you are able to understand different themes. There are maximum 20 themes are there. Okay. So if you see the 4 years question paper, almost 90% of the themes got covered. Are you understanding? So first is previous year's question papers की जितनी की भी case studies है उसका एक framework बना दो. दूसरा है कि ये जो coaching का classes के test series रहते हैं, उस test series में you will get a good chunk of case studies. Then whatever the books I have suggested उसमें से case studies. After doing this, you should reach to the level, जैसे आपने news पढ़ लिया है, you should reach to the level that what sort of case study can be framed, what are the values comes into it. Once you reach to the level, that particular level, then case study is not a new for you. You will able to predict it. Okay, this is how the case study can be formed, and this is how I had to answer. Is that fine? Okay, so these 3-4 resources are there. But do not go for the case study of aptitude में एक decision making है. Most of the times you will see that management में भी case studies है. Here you must remember one thing, that you are in the public organization now. Okay, those case studies are more profit related, managerial related case studies. They are not related from the bureaucratic point of view. So that thing has to be kept in mind. Yes, any other question or doubt? Yes, any other question or doubt? Okay, thank you so much. And just 5-10 minutes. There's some.
Good afternoon, students. I think you have all sat for this long. So I hope you have a rough idea about each and every subject, right? How to approach each and every subject. Did you all go through the documents that has been given? For online, if you want to see it online, the PDFs will be uploaded in the YouTube channel only. And the PowerPoints will also, like after you think you go home, you want to revise whatever has been taught, everything, whatever was taught here or you learned here will be there in the YouTube channel. So I'll just give you a very rough idea about the program. You all have a document in your hand which has our class plan. So you all have a rough idea about class plan, about Vision IAS. See, we have roughly about, it will go for 6 to 7 months, 200 classes, and almost all the subjects would be covered, which is important for civil services examination. Let's say very few topics, miscellaneous topics, which where not much marks come for prelims or mains. We'll leave it to you. You prepare it. You don't need much time to sit in the class, give 10, 12 hours. Better use that 10, 12 hours to read for your own. And when you join the program, Vision IAS classroom program, so what do you get? You come physically, you sit here, you meet the same faculties, and you discuss with them. They'll teach you classes. Let's say for polity, we have planned somewhere about 28 to 30 classes, and for history, 10 to 12 or 14 classes. So that is how your syllabus will be covered. At a time, we'll try to keep not more than 2 to 3 subjects, so that you can concentrate on that subject alone. And let's say someday you're not being able to come to class, so what will happen? You will all be given an individual user ID, a password for your student login. You can watch the classes live, and you can watch the classes recorded. Even if you're not being able to attend the class live, you can watch it at later part at night, or after 2 days you've gone out, you're not well, you can watch those classes till the results of the prelims examination you're going to write. Let's say you're going to write your prelims examination in 2018, May or June. So until the results of that prelims examination, the cycle, let's say mains for that, and then the interview, and after the interview, when the results are declared, till then you will have access to the videos. You can watch the videos any number of times. And with respect to current affairs coverage, there will not be a daily coverage of current affairs, but rather we would have added online access of PT 365 and mains 365, which is the yearly current affairs, will be comprehensively covered 45 days before prelims and 45 days before mains. But however, we would want you to, how you can make use of that PT 365 and mains 365? By reading newspaper regularly on a daily basis, and then revising the monthly current affairs from Vision IAS. Then only you will be able to comprehend that PT 365 and mains 365 courses. You need to be in touch with, don't wait until, okay, I have current affairs classes of PT 365 at the end of the year, I'll sit and read it. If you want to make difference in your answers in mains, if you want to make difference in interview, reading newspaper, bringing the habit of reading newspaper regularly from now is very important. And apart from that, what happens is, in our classroom program, there are few things which you will actually enjoy doing it throughout the session. Very short, like let's say today you have, this week let's say we have planned some 3 polity classes and 3 modern Indian history classes. So every day what happens is, you will have self-test questions, assignment questions for you. Self-test questions is nothing but, it might be a 1 marker, it might be MCQs, any sort, but a question for you to self-analyze. Like go home, see your platform, so you know, okay, this is what has been taught in today's class, and am I being able to answer those questions? Have I attended the class properly? That is the self-test question. Assignment question is subjective in nature, which is for 10 or 12 marker. You will write an answer for 200 to 250 words. So every day, get into the practice of writing answers from day 1, whatever has been taught. Because when you practice somewhere on a daily basis, your thoughts, it will get molded. First day, you write answer from your own understanding. When you start getting feedbacks every day, the way you write answer for each and every question throughout the period, it changes. It helps you in writing your, and then after the assignment, regularly, let's say we have divided the syllabus by 5 parts. There will be 5 mini tests for subjective. So after certain portions are covered, we'll conduct mini test for you in that subject. Let's say polity test 1. It will have an 1-hour test which has 8 questions for a small syllabus. Prepare well, come write it. It will be evaluated in some 7 to 10 days or 12 days, and then it will be given to you. There also you can know your performance, how well you have performed. Then there comes All India Test Series, where you will compete with any student who has joined for the test series. That is also added for you. So this way, both with respect to prelims perspective, prelims there will be more tests. Prelims there will be, in fact, actually per subject there might be 10 tests also, which has 20 to 25 questions. And then there is All India test series for you. And then previous year question paper. You don't have to go beyond this to clear this examination. Attend the classes, solve many tests, solve All India test series, go through previous 7 years with this year, 2017 question paper ko mila ke, 2011 se the syllabus actually changed, CSAT and everything. So somewhere about 7 years ka paper, 700 questions, Vision will give you complete approach analysis. Go search for source approach analysis of GS prelims UPSC paper by Vision IAS. From 2011 to 2017 you will get it. Otherwise also once you become part of the Vision IAS as a student, you will get access to all this. We'll send it to you through mail. When you go through all this, so you will have an idea what is the language UPSC has used, how the options are framed, how the questions are framed. So when the team of Vision IAS, when they sit and make questions, they keep in mind each and everything. They analysis, they divide the topic. Har test mein kya topics hona chahiye. It will not be sometimes repeated. It will be repeated based on its importance. So you might not find the same concept of test, same concept of topic in any other tests. Or if it is, the importance is more, it will be repeated twice or thrice, but not the same question. आज तक वो तो नहीं हुआ है. So you will get to see, in one subject at least, you will get to see 1500 questions आराम से. Let's say last 7 years, minimum if you practice over a period, have a target, when you start preparing for civil services examination, before your prelims, you should somewhere solve 6000 MCQs. There's nobody to stop you from clearing this examination. Not clearing, solving 6000 questions doesn't mean you simply just read and vomit it. You have to actually understand how the questions are. It is actually, when the number looks big, but when you actually start doing it by day, 20 questions, 30 questions, increase your threshold, you will be able to do it successfully. So this is how your platform looks. So let's say under your classes, whatever I have told you, I'll just give you a rough idea. So this is how the classes will go on. This is the first batch classes I'm roughly showing you. Your classes, you will find if any class queries are asked by online student and it is shown, you will find it here. Whatever test series is added for you, it will be there. Everything, all the details you will find here. If any handouts are given in the classes, it will be there. And the most important thing is summary of the class. Let's say you want to know, you are sitting in the class, and after 1 month you are revising the subject. So you have a doubt in a very specific topic. You cannot go through all the 25 videos to know where it has been taught. So this is the synopsis of the 3 hours of class that has been taken. There will be a batch coordinator appointed for your batch. He or she will be there in the class. He or she will evaluate your daily assignments. Whatever doubts you have, they'll help you with it, along with the faculty. So they'll be your support system inside the class. Otherwise, I'll always be there. And the classroom team, admin team will be there. There is so many systems for you to get in touch with us all the time. Throughout the preparation period, you can always be in touch with us and prepare. The same way, if you have seen this year, we have launched actually 3 programs, 2018, 19, and 20. So in 2018, along with the classroom program, you will get access to this PT 365, Mains 365, this year's test series. But when you join for 2019 with a very small difference amount, you will get access of the 2019 entire program other than the classes. So your video access will stay till 2019 results. So you choose the program, and this is how you find your self-test questions here for the practice. And then, like I said, you will find the assignment questions here. You have to, if you don't want to submit it offline, you can always write it at home, click a photo of it or scan it and upload it here in PDF format. You will get back once it is evaluated. You will get notification in your email. Make sure your right email address and phone number is there with this. And then when you're attending a classes, not live, let's say you're not being able to attend, you're attending the classes somewhere at night, and you have a question, immediately just drop those doubts at Talk to Expert section. Okay, when you drop your doubts through Talk to Expert section, your doubts will be clarified. Not immediately, obviously, not at midnight. Somewhere give the 24 hours for the experts to give answers to it. And for each and every class, we also have the system called feedback. How do you feel about the classes? You can always write to us. We'll keep your, we'll not tell this person from this batch has sent us this feedback. But if the feedback or suggestion is worthy, it will always help the organization to grow. It will help us to help you in a very better way. What system you found it good, what was not good. You can write anytime, anything for us. For each and every class, feel free to write it. And this is for your classes. And then the prelims tests will be under the prelims section, and then the main section will, mains test series will be under the main section, both the mini test and all India test series. And any, if you want to write us anything, jaise classroom, वैसे you can always write us in the complaint management system. Drop us, it will get resolved within 24 hours, not more than that. And FAQs, as a classroom student, you can go through. Whatever I spoke to you right now, it will all be there. Any question regarding the classroom program of Vision IAS?
Ma'am,
Yeah, one by one, yes.
Can I join particular, suppose I want to join ethics classes, so can...
See, we don't have any module classes as such for one subject. This is a complete GS foundation course for both prelims and mains and all the subjects, almost all the subjects, except like very less important subjects. Yes?
Ma'am, what about answer writing for mains here?
See, that's what answer writing, your answer writing practice starts from day one. From assignment evaluation, you will get your regular feedbacks. Let's say most of you are freshers from college, just pass out. You might write answers for 50 marker, 30 marker in your colleges, but here 20 mark. So when you start writing, when you get regular feedbacks, and then we'll arrange a session also for you to write the art of answer writing and to read newspapers, what things you should cover in newspaper, which books you should read, and all that will be covered very regularly. And then when you attend these sessions, when you write answers regularly, and with your feedbacks that you get from the experts who evaluate your papers, you can improve it. And otherwise, if you're not very satisfied with whatever feedback you get or anything, you can always fix an appointment, meet with the expert personally, discuss with them how you have to improve answer. Throughout the year, anytime you can meet them based on their availability. Just that sometimes some faculty might be in classes, they might taking some test discussions, or they are not available. Just make sure that they are available before you come, and then you can always meet. Even daily basis you meet, we are always here to support you. Anything else? Any other queries? Okay, this is the end of the session. Thank you all for staying here for this long. And if you have any queries regarding admissions or anything, please at Karol Bagh Center you can take. Thank you.